Hello, hello. Skip the intro music today.
Hello?
There. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
All right, I
Hello.
got you now.
How do you do? Okay, so my wife got me a pair of new earplugs,
Hmm.
and the last ones I had, if I plugged them in, I couldn't listen live. They wouldn't come through. It's been slow. I got slow internet today, super slow. Now my son's got a
That's all right.
computer for school.
I got guys coming. They're gonna work on my air conditioning all day today. So it's
All
pouring
day.
down rain here today. Not a good day to be working outside, putting in a new condenser for the air conditioner
Yeah,
outside. But the rain's supposed to stop here in a little bit, I guess.
yeah. Okay, Gary. I sent him a message, and I'm on his
Yeah, I
private
was messaging with him
Facebook list.
last night for me, early this morning for you. He said
Mhm.
he'd try to be on it. He
So,
hasn't even he hasn't met up
yeah.
with her yet. He's in the hotel.
Oh,
He said
yeah.
her and her mother are out preparing the apartment. So I guess they already picked one out for him. I
What
don't know.
apartment?
I don't know.
Yeah, but
It's, we'll see when
I
he
don't
comes
know,
on. He'll
man.
tell us. He'll tell us. But as of
So
as of about 8 hours ago, he hadn't met up with her yet. So
did he come there to meet the mother or the daughter?
or the grandmother.
Huh?
I
No,
said or the grandmother.
who is he? Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, I'd like to say young one, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember what the hell he ever said about.
Well, I'm at her parents are probably younger than you and I. So
So what are the ages of? We don't know the age of the woman, the girl you want to
no,
see.
not really. But anyways, I
Oh,
guess
cool.
he's in his hotel, and I told him just be careful. Whatever he drinks, drink it out of a bottle, something that's sealed.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
he's
And watch a little.
he's
I
probably
might.
gonna have Montezuma's revenge for a few days at least while he's there. I know I was there first time. What was I? I was there 10 days. I had it the whole time I was there.
Nah, not me, man. You
I
know,
saw
you,
was it you
you
that sent
remember?
that video of the dogs sniffing farts, or
Yeah, yeah,
was that you?
yeah. I look at that facial expressions on these things. Oh, yeah, I had a question I was going to ask you before we forgot.
I think we had a dog one time, had a Dalmatian, and I guess it let out the nastiest gas. But, SBDs, right? But
Well,
I couldn't smell it. It
oh,
didn't bother me, but everybody else in the house
oh man,
chilled.
dogs are the worst. Dogs are the worst. That stuff is beyond compare, man. It is.
Especially when you
Hey,
let them
last
eat
week we were talking.
table food.
No, no, they don't. Dogs usually don't flirt. We, I think my dog Buster, we had for 13 years. He partied once, and that was only because he decided to eat a welcome mat kind of thing. Not like uh, uh, the thing you put in front of your door to wipe your feet, on the
Right,
inside.
right, right.
And he swallowed it, and he was dehydrated because it was like, was it, yeah, Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve? I forget which one. Hey, Craig. So we take him to the veterinarian, and they gave him oh no, yeah, they gave him shots in his back for water, fluid, because he was dehydrated. So, so we got him home. He was a puppy, man. They don't even know if he's 6 months old. He farted and it scared the shit out of him because he heard it and he ran.
Hi, Craig.
Hey, when we were talking about working, how many years did you work for the place you retired?
Almost 38, 37 and a half total time. Consecutive.
So listen, you got,
federal service. Yeah.
yeah, that's with the Air Force in there?
Yeah, that counted 10 years Air Force, so 38 total.
You got lucky. You got lucky because I think they put the freaking nix to that shit. There's no
They
more
did.
double dipping.
Yeah, you can.
Not the Army guy, not the Army guys. Not when I was there. They said if people were doing that, they were making out like bandits and they changed it.
There was
But
some
anyway, the
rule.
point being,
Yeah. What?
how many years were you in the Air Force?
Just short of 10, like 9 years, 10 months, a couple days.
Wow, man, you were halfway there to a pension. Jeez.
Yeah, but I
And you
got
have to
in
do
a
20 to get a pension?
right. But at that time, I was in I got assigned to what we call mobility unit, which is basically like the Army or Marines, where you're worldwide deployable. Everything you own is in the back of a deuce and a half truck. Your truck gets put on a C-130. You fly somewhere in the world that needs a tactical air base set up right now, anywhere. It would be it desert, jungle, wherever. So you go out, you provide your own security perimeter while you set up all your equipment, get it operational. And then our motto was first in, last out, because normally we'd get there and get everything set up. Then the commander, even though the permanent party would come in eventually, he didn't want you to leave because you were his good backup, right? I mean, you were the stuff that actually worked. So that was our motto, first in, last out, because once we were there and set up and doing our thing, they never want us to leave. But
I said that is,
so that's why I got out. I didn't want to do that worldwide deployable, live in tents for my last 10 years, so because once you get trained and all that, go ahead.
What I was talking about was guys would do 20 years in the Army, and they do 20 years in the civil service.
Right.
They'd start out with a higher grade, GS grade, or G grade.
Right.
GS.
Right.
And they stopped that. When I was in the Army, when I was about to leave in '83, they stopped that. But why I was thinking about retirement, when you told Simon how much you did, I thought, well, we talked about before, and it was like a 400 more a month than me. But you had 38 years, right? I got that close with 19 years. My master lock pension ain't much, but
right.
But mine, I acquired mine, the greater bulk of my money in 19 years. Not
yeah. See what you were talking about.
40.
They made I think some kind of law that you cannot, for 2 years after you retire from the military, you cannot go work for a government contractor, supposedly, right? For 2 years, there's got to be a 2-year grace period. Then you can go do that. But you can walk right into federal service. Like I in-processed my federal job the day that I got my DD-214. My last day in the military was my first day on the job. So I didn't have even 1 day in between. I had consecutive 38 years, But now you see politicians that as soon as they're done, they're on some company that, they got money for while they were voting, right? So that's what happens.
Christians here. Yeah, these guys were making out like fucking thieves, man. You know, and when I was in the Army, most of my time was in Illinois. 17 miles from Chicago, 50 miles from where I lived up here or up there at the time. And oh my God, what was I going to say?
See, that's what I kind of thought.
Oh, so when I got out, I only used while I was there the entire time. I think I used 3 vacation days. So now they don't allow you to do it. When you get to a certain amount, you gotta knock that down.
Right.
But when I got out, I cashed in 60 days, man.
Right. Yeah, they had
that was a lot for me.
limit.
I think I got $2,000 some dollars for it.
It was called terminal leave. I took 45 days of terminal leave. So, your last day of active duty, you take 45 days back from that because I had that much leave saved up, So I actually I out-processed 45 days before my actual last day. You know what I mean? So
I had no idea I had that coming. I had no idea I was getting that.
Well, it's on your statement how
much
leave you have accrued, right? Your leave and earnings statement. You see how many hours you got.
No. I never. Look, man. What I was trying to say was, I didn't realize that I thought I'd lost those days. I wouldn't get to, cash them in. I had no idea.
So you mean I went right up to you went right up to your date of end of service, and then you discovered you're going to get a couple $1,000 because you didn't use all that leave.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good. Good surprise.
Because I live, when I had my days off on my weekends, when I was in Elm Alamein, I'd go up to the wife and the kids,
Didn't they have any?
That was just like home.
Did the Army have a rule like you had to be within 2 hours? Like even on your weekend?
It was 60.
60 miles?
It was a 50-mile limit, and I was 60 away.
Oh.
I drove that. I didn't drive that entire amount for the whole time. I did live in Illinois for a while, but I lived in Wheeling and Mundelein, and I had no family, nobody down there, and I needed a battery for a car, and thank God I was 20 years old, man, 19 or 20, because I had to walk to the nearest store, was the Kmart by Dominic's. Dominic's was a big food store. And I had to walk. There wasn't a sidewalk I had to walk. It was more of a field because it was like with the high tension wires, the power wires. So I was putting it on my shoulder. I was carrying it in front of me, and it's like, oh my God. And when I left, when I would leave to come up here, all the on-ramps and on Half Day Road, one of them was you had to pay a toll, like I don't know if it was 30 cents or whatever it was at the time. And there was a car in front of me. There was a state trooper doing inspections. It was a random thing. And there was an old guy. At that time, that guy was probably 60, early 60s. And I think it was his mother, man, because this lady was in her 80s. And this cop was so freaking rude, man. She goes to get out of the car. Or he said, "Get in the fucking car. I didn't tell you to get out." Oh my God. Here, I got a car that looks like it's abandoned. It's got a loud exhaust system. It's leaking at the manifold up there. Oh, my way of fixing that, because unbeknownst to me, they had metric nuts on it. The one car was a 70, it was 72. So I'm like, fuck, I can't afford that. I had the asbestos donut wears out, I guess, and I wrapped it with muffler wrap, It's like a big, like a cast for your leg, you know. Dip it in a little water to wrap it around there, and that muffled the sound a little bit. But you know what? I don't think Gary knows how to get on this thing. I don't think they probably didn't show him how to have a load put on there so he could do it. You know, if he hasn't met the woman, I'm sure they got maybe they got Wi-Fi in them, maybe they don't. Usually the hotels or motels there have very slow, very slow. Hey, did you see that? See that guy beat the shit out of that lady from Italy in a boxing match?
Yeah, broke her nose and she quit after 46 seconds. Yeah. I don't know why she even
that's
got
fucking
in the
bull.
ring with him, you know? She
Fuck him. You know what, man?
said, no, I ain't going in there.
How in the F can you, with good conscience, like this fucking, not a fucking woman. He's not a woman. The X and Y chromosome bullshit. You know, you talk about women getting things fighting for equality and all that shit. They just fucking took their.
They're saying that he might have the chromosome because he might be, what do they call them, hermaphrodites? You know, kind of they've got.
Yeah, hermaphrodite. Yeah, hermaphrodite.
So I think that's what. It is. I don't know what to call it. I'm not going to call it one thing or another, but it definitely had the strength more than a normal woman boxer does. So
yeah, it's either a morphodite or
Tony, you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see Mike Tyson. You know, he'd put on a little wig and a tutu and say, "Okay, let me go fight him. I'll go. Let's see what I can do."
That's on. I saw that picture of him on was that YouTube or Facebook? And it was Facebook with a wig, you know.
Yeah.
But listen, a morphodite, that's what I thought it was called. But I always heard that they had both organs. They had a fucking hole and a dick. But just the same, fuck that. Come on, you fuck. Motherfucker, you. Oh my God. You know what they say? Well, you know what they say? You know what they say when they say people's argument, their argument would be, well, we don't have enough people in sports to have our own. Well, you fucking pioneers, man. If you can't find another fucking dude that wants, a woman that wants to act like a guy, kick your ass, I'm sure there's plenty of those people to go around. They're really fucking with this liberal bullshit, in America, and they're not.
What's Christian and Craig think about this, huh?
No. Well, yeah, man. See, they gotta throw politics and this fucking personal bullshit into the games instead of getting athlete A against athlete B, and for what it's meant for. And everything's a stage for these fuckers, man. It's ridiculous. The only reason America got into basketball, playing the pros with a couple of college guys, was because Russia did that shit for all those years with those juiced up fuckers, on everything.
The only thing I happened to see, I saw part of a badminton match between Spain and the U.S., the female badminton, which is kind of cool to watch. Yeah, I mean, they smacked that thing. I mean, I could never keep up with them. But anyway, that and golf. I'm watching the Olympic golf. That's the only thing I'm watching.
Are you sure it was a birdie and not a ping pong?
No, it was a birdie. They're playing it. No, it's a shuttlecock.
Dude, last year, when I went to my son's, they had some kind of events going on where, the father, son, or the mother, whatever, with the kid. So I go up there, and my son's supposed to go with me, and he's sitting down. I'm thinking, oh, I'll impress they're we're playing badminton, I think. Or no, was it badminton? No, it was like tennis. And no, that was a volleyball. It had to have been yeah, it was badminton. So I get up there, I only hit that fucking thing twice. My athletic any athletic ability I had was fucking been gone for a long time, and my eyes ain't right. So all these other parents are watching me. I'm getting my ass fucking just kicked, man. Then I get back to the table. I see my son, my wife. I said, "What the fuck is this? I'm up here I'm supposed to be up here with you."
Hey,
Oh,
when
that
I
was
was
bad, man.
about 10 or 12 years old playing Pop Warner football, we had a female on our team. She came out. Her name was Brutus. That was our nickname for her. Because from Popeye days, it wasn't Brutus, the guy
Yeah,
on Popeye.
yeah,
But yeah, she was actually playing
yeah.
it. So that was probably like back in the early '70s, woman's lib thing, So, but yeah, she played.
What do you think?
She went through all the practices just like we did. So.
What do you think would happen if you had a player like you remember Jack Tatum that
Oh yeah,
paralyzed
yeah,
Daryl Stingley?
yeah. Put him
What do
in a
you think
suit
would
too,
happen
huh?
if you had a guy? How'd you like to see a thin bitch with a big mouth do that?
Yeah.
I mean, you're when you get hit with a punch with a boxing glove, your fucking brain shifts inside, inside your skull. I mean I forget what is that in the back that's hooked up.
Uh,
I forget. But
cerebellum or whatever it's called. Yeah.
yeah, something like that. You could seriously fuck somebody's life.
Well, look at
I'm worried now.
if boxers live to be old, they suffer the consequences of all that, and a lot of football players.
Well, I can
that CTE they call it, right?
I cannot. Hey, I can tell you, and I can speak from reality here. I had all the concussions. I was watching Brett Favre in an interview once, and he was talking about, well, he had like 3 concussions, he thought. And the doctor said, how many times have you ever seen Star? He said, well, a lot. He goes, those were concussions.
Right.
And it made me think. I saw another interview lately, and he was talking, and he was like me. He would stutter a lot of times with his first word, and that's exact. I had so many fucking concussions. The last one that I had, that broke the camel's back there. And I've never enjoyed anything like I should since, and it's like a constant pressure on your brain. That's why I had the pressure from the cyst taken and had that removed. Put pressure in my brain, but there's nothing I can do for the other ones. For the buildup of fluid that I have above my eyes, and so I know what the effects of having too many fucking concussions. And I'm lucky I'm not extremely retarded or fucking dead now from getting from having that happen so much. When you have a concussion, I had this biker jump me one time for no reason. His girlfriend was a bartender at the place I lived by, and that guy jumped me, and then I was knocked out. And do you know, I went right upstairs and I went to bed, and I went to work the next day. No, it was a Saturday night, so I worked on Monday. And when I went to bed with the concussion. I could have went into a coma and never have been here talking tonight. I accidentally knocked myself out in a toilet bowl once too, but my friend come and picked me up. Him and his brother were out. I was so wasted, I must have slipped and fell, and the toilet knocked me out. So it's that's why I say people like Kanye West, and I mean, that dude's got issues. you know, and I was on some conversation about that. I forget where and when it was, but so this one I said, you know, mental health is no joke. And this guy said, the lady said, yeah, that's right. And this other guy said, oh, he's too soft. That ain't got nothing to do with being soft. If you can see somebody acting like that, there's a reason for that somewhere, something in their lives, you know. So I don't, you know, you don't get any credit if if you have a bad back and you can't hear. You get no sympathy for those things. You get bitched at. That's what you. So I don't, you know, that's why when I see stuff like this, I'm thinking, how can this individual in the right mind is probably feeling more like a man than a woman, live with himself, doing that shit. Do you know everybody that's born is born what you could easily become a woman, you know? It's just that you got the makeup you did for whatever reason. But that was sad, man. It was terrible. You know, I felt sorry for that. That's that kind of shit where you know, if that's my, if that guy got wasted tomorrow, you know, I could care less. It's fucked up. You know, people are playing with science, and all of a sudden they're all experts. You know, it's okay. We don't want to hurt their feeling kind of shit. You know, this is just dragging our country into a fucking sewer, you know? Toilet diving, yeah. Well, I got KO'd because I hit that on the corner of my eye. When I woke up in the morning, I remember my friend picking me up going, you can't lay here, you know, in my underwear. I have to lay down my legs. And when I woke up in the morning, I felt something, you know, hurt by my eye socket on my right side. And I go, man, what the fuck is this? It was scabbed, you know, it was dried blood. And I said, how the hell did that shit happen? You know, I had to sit there and I drank a lot of ouzo. And if you know that kind of beer, alcohol, it's a Greek shot and it's very, very sugary. So when I woke up, I felt that the dried blood and around my mouth was nothing but sugar, man. And when I woke up, I laid there looking, all I could move was my eyes, with the exception of a little hand. I couldn't roll out of bed. I was just talking about a sugar crash. But anyway, enough about this. What about, I don't think Gary's too familiar with the Wi-Fi kind of thing at the hotel or wherever he is. Maybe they don't have one, but
well, he could be only using his phone, and his phone's small. Maybe he can't see how to even get the link for StreamYard off your YouTube. I don't know, but I'm sure he's having his technical issues as far as logging on.
Is he out with the lady and her mother looking, or are they doing it?
No, as of 8 hours ago, I was messaging with him, said, "Hope I'm glad you got there safely." And I asked him, how was his meeting with her? Was she shy? He said, I have not met up with her yet. So he's at his hotel. I told him, are you jet lagged? He said, not really. I said, well, just find some good food if you can, relax. And we'll see. And then he came back and he said that her and her mother are preparing the apartment right now. So that's the last I heard from him.
That means they're cleaning up the filth from the last tenants. So what did you don't, when's the last you talked to him yesterday?
Well, it's not yesterday for you. It's this morning for you. For me, it was last night, but it was approximately 10 hours ago.
Okay.
10 or 12 hours ago.
Yeah, okay.
It was early your morning, right? It was probably 8 or 9.
He must
your
have just
morning
got
time.
it.
No, he
Did
left
he
here
fly,
on the 30th. He probably arrived there, I don't know, on the 1st.
Yesterday, yeah. So did he take Philippine Airlines over there?
I don't know what he took, but he
That's
said
what
something about he didn't have his e-travel, so he had to go back to the immigration or something, and then
oh,
he,
yeah.
he didn't.
Yeah.
I guess you can extend right away at the airport for another 30 or 60 days, whatever.
Yeah, you
But
can.
he said he didn't do it. He said there wasn't time, something like that. So he's gonna.
Oh, yeah,
But
you
he
don't
gets
want
like
to.
29 days, right?
Yeah. Look, when I went there and that stressful situation I had, and I said, well, I got to get myself a load on this phone. And I wanted just because I think I forget what I paid, $20. This one guy, Philip, he paid 50. He didn't even know how much all this shit was. You would think his wife would do that, right? So I go there and I go, okay, I get this for the whole month, and if I spent $20, I didn't give a shit as long as I had a load there, and I knew I was going to be paying more than you would anywhere else. So this lady's trying to explain that the packages. I'm like, fucking come on, man. I get to the hotel, I'm as wiry, I'm caffeined up like you wouldn't believe, man. Yeah. And I'm like, gives me the slip to fill out. I'm fucking shaking, and my hand. She goes, sir, you don't have to do that now. Well, now that you got me started. Uh,
Hey, Craig, is it pretty cold there? I
but
saw there was some cold mornings or whatever. Has that affected you? What's the temperatures for you? I know it's hot here. It was 92 degrees, which is what, about 30, 31 here yesterday?
Yeah, about 32. No, I've been getting cool winds out of the southwest.
Well, you ought
So
to,
there's been
because I
quite
guess
a bit of rain.
Australia's having some cold weather, so maybe some of that's blowing up your way.
Oh yeah, well, that was my second part of the thing I was saying last year. I can remember 2 nights where I went to reach for a cover, a sheet, or a blanket because it was hard to believe that it was a bit chill. It's a bit chilly. It was okay, but I needed a little bit of coverage there, and those were just sweet, good sleep nights from the wind that was coming up this way, coming up this way. But my neighbor goes, you know what? I think you need a concrete driveway because I had forgotten I had it in. If you're ever stuck somewhere, take it off traction control because that's going to limit the RPMs. You're going to max those out real fast, and you might not get that pull you need. So I forgot. Last time it happened to me, I shut that off, and I hit the power button, no problem. So all these people thought next door, and I was in the mud. They thought I was going to crash. But I've been driving stupid like that all my life. And, he says, "Yeah, you need a." I said, "Well, it's coming. Don't worry. First things first. Right now they're putting a skim coat on the. They poured the what do you call it, floor, kitchen floor last week, and the storage floor yesterday. It'll be ready to work on it tomorrow. So they've been doing a skim coat on there. It's 3 feet from the wall. So I said, you know what? Because he told me, the guy said, "What do you want to do this other part where I parked the car? I want to be able to walk out of the house. The way the overhang is on the one side, I can walk out of the house and over to the storage door with no not getting wet." So 15. So The roof is, obviously it's pitched, I forget what it is. I don't know if it's the 112, 118, I forget. But it looks good. It's not severe. It's just, it's what's to be expected when you're connecting up underneath the soffits, and you're welding onto these other metal braces I have. But I wanted to put, at first I was gonna not have like where you see 'em with a half a wall and then the rest is bars, with maybe barbed wire, or you glue it broken glass. I said, you know what, while we're out here, you just keep doing it. They'll do the inside in about a week or so. It's cost me $15,000 for the roofing. And I'm getting that from the same guy that I got the house from, the house roof from.
Well, Tony, I'm
Same
getting my
company.
air conditioning redone. In fact, the guys are here. I'll probably be getting off in a little while. The whole thing, condenser outside, the A coil inside under the furnace,
There you go.
5,600. 5,600.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I could have put your roof on for you for that amount.
Dude, oh my God. Yeah. Oh Lord, 56.
Yeah.
It's all in one.
It's the condenser outside. It's all new lines. It's the new A coil in the house. All the new lines, Freon, all that. Labor, 2 guys, 5,600.
It's a mobile home though, isn't it?
Yep. Putting
That much for that?
Yep.
Back when I had mine put in, I was told that 2,500 was too much. That was in 2000. 8, something like that. And a reputable company, but still too.
Was that going from no air conditioning to full air conditioning? You know what I mean? Is that all?
No. Well, yeah, brand new unit. Period.
Yeah.
But my air conditioner, I hardly ever had it on. For one, because if I did, I would have it at 76 or 77.
Yeah. See,
And,
the thing, you
that
need
could be
it
just
maybe
enough.
2 months. 2 months out of the year here, right? July and August.
Yeah.
Or mid-July to mid-September.
So
maybe. So.
well, I had two car payments and a house payment, so I was looking to save a little bit, So I didn't sit there and sweat, sweltering heat, but I didn't have that jacked up or up to or down to 64 or something.
Right. No, I'm not going to have. 70's fine for me. 70, I'd never go below that.
Isn't it one of those units like down in Florida? They got like the fucking water heaters like half the size of the ones in America, and the water heater and the air conditioning unit are like fucking like a 2-door filing cabinet.
Yeah. I've heard of that, like in California or Arizona, where it's very dry. They have swamp coolers, they're called, where they just use water. I guess there's no Freon involved.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think that's what the portable air conditioning thing is here. It's almost like a dehumidifier in reverse.
Right.
And I haven't I'll get one. I mean, right now, with them working on, we're going to have a TV set up tomorrow or Sunday. Because we got our drapes now, and they're dark. They're brown. They might be too dark, but that even cost me about $440 American with all the rods and all that shit. Jeez. And now one of my sister-in-laws comes over and says, "Hey, I can show you this place that's all they sell is drapes." Oh, you could probably get a lighter color because my son doesn't have them. Every time I go to buy something, they run out of the shit. You know, and they were four halves. It's, you know, one window it's two pieces. Four of them. That's all I needed were four halves. And they ran. A problem here is when you buy something, they wait till the thing totally runs out and then they order more. They do that with the restaurants and all that stuff. I don't get it, but you know, you call up Jollibee, you go, yeah, I think I'll have a Chamberg. I think I'll have a Chamberg. You know, well, you know, we're out of that one right now.
Greg, that's
You're a hamburger.
8,600 Aussie dollars.
Yeah. 5 beers to 2 Onion Bow. I had some Carlsberg ordered. My wife has been secretly shopping on Shopee there, unbeknownst to me, but I got a Lazada on mine, but the sister-in-law's already telling me this is a ripoff because I'm like, because there's no customer comments. How many times have you ever commented on something online, you know, when you order from Amazon or something? I've never had, you know. And that the oil that I want, the AMS oil, for a 1 gallon type I want, it is a Ultra 2100 base, 2,100. And if you want the Signature series, that's 2,900 per gallon, and you're going to need 2 of them. And it's about $80, about 80. What is that? Yeah, a little over $80. Well, now without the oil filter, it's about $85 for oil change. So I figured with that kind of oil, I would do it every 4 months. And that being that I don't put a lot of kilometers on, you know, I think I got 1,200 and something. But thought about getting. I'm gonna get me one of those. They look like tuk-tuks, you know. Baja in India, they got one here that's about $3,400. Well, yeah, but I've never had a bad experience on Amazon, you know. So, I mean, you know, like when it comes to the star service, I hit the 4 stars, whatever stars I think I should have, and that's it. I don't write any of the other shit down.
Hey, Jamie, how's everything going?
I gotta go get a beer, you know. You can walk around your house with them ear pods in your ear.
Is that what your wife got for you, Tony? The ear pods?
Oh boy. Put these things back in my ears. Yeah. Waiting on the how are you? Yeah.
So you said your wife got you, did she get you the ear pods? Or what you got?
No.
You said something on your ears.
When we went to Paisano the other day, and my other ones had like the earplugs I had, just like I have now. I have it plugged in to the jack and ear, you know, whatever you call these fucking things nowadays. And this pair isn't. When I had the other pair plugged in, I couldn't listen off the computer to the live stream. And you know, had a little mic like Gareth used to have. And we stopped by and bought that before we went to get my son a computer for his, mainly for his school. It's a Lenovo like I got, only it's a i3. It's a slower one, but he doesn't need. The only problem now is when he's on and my wife's on the phone, my internet gets slow. So, but still, it was $300. I think it was 200 something or 300. Like, oh, that's good. Deal. And I forgot to ask the guy. They have another model there. They have the what? They have the model there, and I forgot to ask him. I remember Christian telling me about the i5 and up. But I was going to order from Amazon because Amazon delivers here in certain items. So, the one I'm using right now costs $800. So, yeah, congrats, hey. February 9, I think daughter's got a February 7. Yeah, so I was kind of pleased that I was able to get the kids the price, because I would always heard the laptops here are so much more than the desktops. Well, the store I was in was on the third floor, I think third floor of third floor of Gaisano. And it looked like a pawn shop, really. You walk in there, you're like, fuck, just weathered interior. They got copiers and fax machines, which are almost dinosaur nowadays because you can send anything via the phone, email. But I wouldn't mind having a fax machine. But I was quite pleased because I thought, oh shit, I gotta, I spent this much on mine, so I got a pretty good idea about how much. So you know or don't know, Jamie, you a boy or girl? I don't know. I did miss something. Yeah, I could have used that identifying because when my second daughter was born, I wanted a boy so bad, and with another girl, and, of course I was happy. It's just that I said darn out loud, only I said shit. And the doctor or the nurse was like a captain, so I had to watch myself. And she was in her premature birth, so they said, I was at Fort Benning, Georgia, Columbus, Georgia. And they said, well, nothing's happening right now. You can go home. Well, home for me was 90 miles away. My brother lived from Columbus. I had to go to Macon County General. And they flew her there by helicopter. So, I'm used to being in a city where, oh yeah, it's over on the other side of town. I'm thinking that way. When I came back, they said, oh, apparently the father didn't care. I thought, what am I going to say? I'm in a military hospital. Yeah, I need a bed, huh? Well, you guys should have thought of that one first. Made a pallet. Ah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you want to know. February, you're talking, well, yeah, early. So why not, man? Then you can get prepared for that. I don't think you know enough people to have a shower over there. Bruce Henry. Oh, that's my mother's last name, maiden name, Bruce. Swedes, man. I think they changed their name. I think their name was Larson before. If the Swedes are part, the only part I like, I've connected with the Scandinavian part of my mother's side of the family. There is Carlsberg beer, Danish beer. I'm finding something that I like from there, that area, but you know, I must, I must have. I think I have. First part of Italy, my family's mostly from is northern Italy, and then the second and third spots are Calabria and Sicily. So I must have had a freaking gene from down southern Italy because I don't share in uh, everything else. Oh, man. So I looked at this vendor, the Japanese one, Korean Jap. The Taiwan beer is good. I've had it before. You can buy, I gotta get my calculator, a case. I drank it last year. I thought I'd try it out. It's called Snow Beer. It's from, Craig does. It's Snow Beer from China. And this is what I could get it for. 672 pesos. What would that be? 24, 650. 28 cents a can, man. You can't beat that. I think most beers in the bars in America, at least Wisconsin, were gotta be three something now. 3 and a quarter, 350. It was 275 when last time I was in one. That was back in early 2000s. Craig is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got that. I think the last name Dodge comes from England. Related to the Dodge Bowl. What a weird death those guys had, huh? They had some kind of a lung infection or something. That's the one that all the Indian scam artists like messing. So for those in the background, we got a big crowd tonight. We'll waiting on Gary to. He said he'd be by this Friday night, so I don't know if he's sleeping, acclimated to the time difference yet, or knocking boots. Maybe. Nine. Let's see. Ooh. On what? Oh, the shorties? You got a lot of those. You got a lot of those short ones? Oh, good. Wow. Well, you're renting, man. You could just freaking vacate that shit if it floods. You know, I wouldn't want to be they're near no river. Golly, they're, that reminds me back when I was a kid, living in Ohio. They had these these two girls that everybody liked. They're all around our age, and they had an older. Well, it was a nice house, but it was an older one, and they were across the street from a river, and they built one of those ones that have the lower level, with the windows like we used to call them Polish flats, and it was brand new, man, and they got. I think they tore it down because that was back in shit. They built that in the 70s, maybe 80s they built. And they kept getting flooded so much. Yeah, I see this mechanic guy on YouTube. I watched now, Rainman Repairs. Pretty good guy. Shows you everything while he's doing it. But his wife's got a channel, and she's got 46.9 subscribers, 46,900 subscribers. 46 or 4,000. It ain't bad. Got me beat. I don't know, man. Well, we got Gary on. We got Gary on. Send him a message. Keep forgetting. What we're doing here. Usually that there he is. Let's show him online. Oh man, you guys ain't gonna believe it. I was shocked the other day. My wife says, "Hey, my son's 9. He likes gaming. You told him not to use his name, make up with that too, but he's got, I think she said he's got 4,000 subs or 29,000, 2,900, something like that. Man, I have to ask her to verify that. Well, yeah, if you said square meters, man, you look at mine, on paper, you bought a small, but it's good enough size for us. Most people after they've had their children all left the house, they downsize. 1,100. It is a lot. It's freaking criminal, dude. I'm glad I retired when I did, because if I were in America right now, that would take a week's money from me, just for that. I don't know how people out there, making less money can afford that shit. It's ridiculous. Oh, you do, huh? Are you gonna move to still stay in Norway, Christian? Or are you gonna this part of Philippines might be too low rent for you. I paid a lot, but you got nice. You get what you pay for, right? freaking cold there, Jamie. I keep thinking about it. Man, I'm bitching if it gets below 74 at night. You know, I'm so glad I made it. I'm so glad I came. Yeah, pizza's a hit and miss thing. No steak, you know. Primarily fish. You won't find a filet of fish at McDonald's here. But, forces you to make healthier eating now, with the exception of the rice. Everybody left, everybody bolted because Gary's not on here.
I thought you said Gary was trying to link up.
No. I said everybody left. There was a lot of people here before. Probably some of the exodus, you know. I sent them a message. He must not be on their Wi-Fi. Well, I would think his lady would know.
And my wife finally got her U.S. passport in the mail, so
wow.
She's officially U.S. day before her birthday.
You know, my son got it. My son got it. Are your kids dual citizen?
No.
Why? They could have.
Yeah, they could have been, but I don't.
You know what? I asked this guy Bob Martin.
If they would go there, they'd just go to visit, probably.
I asked this guy Bob Martin. Was living in the Philippines like 20 some years. Filipino wife. He moved back and must have had to hook up at Tyson Chicken there in Logansport, Indiana. They got a nice house right next to the river there. It's one of these, might be a farmhouse, you know, really nicely decorated, the inside of the house. And he was here 20 years, and now he's, he had heart surgery. He's lucky he had his bypass surgery before they eliminated what's called the C package. So what happened with my kid was you're supposed to report it right away. You report it to the consulate, and they send it to Manila, and then you get all this shit back, and you send them the photos, and he holds 2 passports. So I said because the guy Bob said when his kids were little, they didn't have, they used to give people a certificate. Man. Oh, kiss my ass now, my God. Just see if you did nothing, Christian. If you only ate once a week, and you only took a shit once every other week, keep the water bill down. That's insane. Well, when I went to sell my car, I'm thinking, man, I got to sell this thing. What am I going to do? Well, maybe I'll just, I didn't know anybody that needed one. Nobody said nothing. So I go to the dealership, and I'm thinking, look, if I get $1,500, And the guy didn't even say nothing to me. He just says, I said, yeah, I want to sell my car. I said, I'll be right back. Comes downstairs with a check, $5,500. And I was like, I looked at it, didn't want to seem too excited. I go, yeah, man, well, how much of that do I get? He goes, you get the whole thing. Yeah. I spent most of that money when I got here. I brought 10 with me. And I had to go have it exchanged. And they gave us these places here. It's the same people that own all of this shit. All of these money, except the banks. They own every one of these money transfer places. Every one of them. And they want their money to look perfect. I didn't know. I never knew there was such a thing. But if a bill didn't look a certain way, it had a little kink corner that couldn't be flattened, they'd go, "Oh, we'll give you 80 on the dollar or 50, 60. So what are you going to do, So I use that money for the dirt. But, yeah, I don't get it. As much as they jack that shit up, the more people are losing their jobs. I looked at those houses in Florida. What I looked at when I was back in the 90s. 180,000. I'm like, oh my God, it's enormous. So then when I look at them now, they've come down a little bit, but these things are in the upper 200, 300 range before. And they showed a brand new Florida house, 3-bedroom, nice looking, no pool. 300, no, they wanted 300, 500,000, $500,000. Fucking no pool. Huh. And a corner lot. Oh, some of the rummy's back. Of course, my engineer took the last couple of weeks off. Yeah, good well, I can get good reference too by buying a couple pairs, man. They'll do the certain things that happen. And build. Does your man got to pay child support? That's an important thing. Yeah, what are you gonna do, man? Golly. Yeah. You should just like stuff. Yeah, I had a friend like that in the car, in Cartagena when I lived back in America a couple years ago. This guy was anal about it. He had to been. I had a supervisor at work, a guy that used to drive with us. And, he was like that, his first wife divorced him because she said he was too over everything. It pissed him off, if he had a 2-year-old son that knocked over stuff, and he yelled at him. And 2, 3 years old, and I said, Jeff, man, you don't even know what was wrong. You didn't even teach him, and he's gonna have issues if you don't do it the right way, And just because you tell him one time, don't mean he's gonna do it right all the time. That's a big process. Because when he built a deck, and his shit had to be right on. If it said 11 and 7/8, it was that. It wasn't any more, any less. Well, when I had my house and I was alone, I mostly had soda cans, beer cans, and paper plates, and nothing that I couldn't, put away in a couple minutes. Yeah, we had better houses on the north side of town before the riots and all that, and then we moved to the south side. Because my dad was a north sider all his life, I had I had a step ladder from a Sears Roebuck store on North Avenue in Fond du Lac. It used to be all white there. And that ladder was a year older than me. It had paint from throughout the years, but you wouldn't believe it. You know what, man? I never had a lot of stuff, and I'd say, got a lot of shitty houses. And I bring over one girlfriend, and what happens while we're all sitting there? We had an older house. It was, I don't know what it was back in its time, but we're sitting there watching TV. This fucking mouse cuts across the floor. I had never seen that before. I thought to myself, great, the only time I bring somebody around and, yeah, I wanted a rec room, like all these kids, when I used to go roller skating, some of these kids from the suburbs had all these nice houses, garage, street entrance. Oh, yeah, that's right. You gotta pay. Like, there's nothing lack effort. Things happen, right? Hopefully their father doesn't offend them. That's one thing nobody could say to me. I've made mine twice. I paid two different kids, two different times. But yeah, the winters, I think the time now are worse than they were back then. I had to scuff them. Yeah. Man. Yeah. Yeah, you don't, but that court don't give a shit. We had a driver at work. His wife was always late picking him up. It was like her third marriage or something. She was fucking around him. And what it was, she was late because she was getting cleaned up from her date with her boyfriend. And she was ordered to pay him some. And he told her he didn't want it. You don't have to do it. I said, well, Scott, that's what you're getting at. Yeah, that's what my dad said. So my wife did that to me like that. I'll get all I can get from that. Order. Hey, we had this clerk at the bus station. Most knowledgeable guy about transportation you'd ever meet anywhere in the world. This guy knew all this shit. I said, you probably never heard of it. When I was in Logansport, Indiana. Oh, yeah. Tell me the history of it, this and that. All the train museums. He gets Social Security disability. What? He gets that? Yeah. Jamie, if he's on disability, your daughter's probably getting it too. If his disability is, I don't know if that works. If it's based on his work record, it's different than SSI. SSI is like the bare bones, $700, $1,000 a month, something like that. But I believe if he's on that, he gets for the kid too. You don't have to claim it on taxes. Reagan is the reason why you got to pay taxes on Social Security now. But uh-oh.
Hey, I heard you say
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So how's it going, man? Did you, we thought maybe you was, knocking boots there or something.
Yeah, it's went good. How do you like
Yeah,
color of my beard now?
yeah, good, good, good. So what, have you met her yet, or what's happening with that?
Well, I'm over here. I'm in the hotel, and I might have to extend on my visit in the hotel here a little bit. But
Visit
it's a
where?
nice place.
The hotel?
Yeah, extend my.
You're not coming.
I have until Sunday, but I may have to stay here a little longer.
Oh, why, they looking for an apartment for you?
No, we have the apartment, but she's working on getting it more furnished. So,
With your money or her money?
well, my money, of course. But when you
Christians are the-
like for example, a bed, you can't just buy a bed and take it home. You have to have it delivered. So
Well, unless you have a truck of your own.
Hi, Gary.
yeah, we don't. Hey,
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 everybody
Greg.
says hello to you, Gary. Everybody's here.
I know, I see that. Hi, Kristen. I saw that. It's hard to
So-
read that because it's real tiny. I'm in a vertical position on my phone, so I
Yeah,
can't
have
really
you-
read.
Have you found some decent food to eat, Gary,
Well-
so far?
Actually, I haven't.
Jamie,
I'm a little-
Jamie, the cook of courts keeps track of that. They
Oh,
know
wow.
that they
I
know if
haven't
you're
seen
getting.
I haven't seen Jamie for a long time.
See, the reason when I used to pay, I was one of the last people that had the money wasn't taken out of my check. I used to pay it myself. These little, like a booklet, like when you buy a car,
Uh-huh.
So they know, but if a kid is getting a Social Security because he's a minor, like where I keep, that kid don't have to pay taxes on it until he's I think it's 16 or 18 or something.
Hey, Jamie, let me
Well, how would
wait, Tony. Let me tell Jamie. Jamie, you're still there. I've got. You said that you could use, the household goods because you're moving in. We need to clean out my mother's house. Okay, she's in the nursing home, and my sister wants to sell her house, and they are not concerned about getting any money for the furniture. She's got 2 queen size bedroom sets. Okay, that's 2 queen beds with each one a dresser and the long dresser that has the mirror. Okay, she's got a couch and a love seat. They're the same. They're like a brown material, very nice. She's got a kitchen table. I mean, all these things to furnish if you need furniture, which you said you did. The only way would be getting it from Pennsylvania to Missouri. You know what I'm saying? You'd have to rent a big U-Haul truck and drive the furniture to Missouri. What I'm saying is, I have all these items for a household that we would freely give to you. We just
Wow.
would have to get them to Missouri from the Pittsburgh area. It's actually 30 miles north of Pittsburgh. So again, that's 2 queen side bed sets. Like as of right now, nobody has moved the stuff out. And my sister is executor of the estate. She just wants the house cleaned out. So that means giveaway.
Hey,
Someone's
Mother-
going to get all that stuff for free. Okay. And I'd like to see it go to you if you need it, but we just need to get a huge U-Haul truck or Ryder truck, whatever they use, from the Pittsburgh area to you're somewhere in Missouri, I think you said. So that's something to think about. Okay. I mean, that's an offer that's withstanding. Okay. As long as it's still there. And I don't see within the next 2 to 3 weeks that stuff being moved out, but my sister wants it gone. So, and I thought about that when I heard of what you needed. And the only problem logistically, we would have to get a truck to go from here to your place. And of course, you'd need people to unload it at your end to get it in your house. You know, all the heavy furniture, but that's full that's queen size mattress and box spring on both beds. You know, like I said, 2-bedroom sets, a kitchen table and like probably 6 chairs, a couch, you know, easy chair. All this stuff is just going to go to, you know, somewhere. But I'd like to see it go to you if logistically we could get a truck, you know, from here to there. So think about it. You know me on Facebook, right? So see what we could do. If we could
Jerry,
round up some money for, I don't know what a truck rental would be from I'll give you the zip code, Jamie, is 15010 is where it would be coming from to your place. So
Jerry, how old is your lady?
just let me know what you think about that.
We're the same age. She's a little younger. Age is
Younger
only
than
a
what?
number. Age is only a
Oh.
number. Believe that. Age is only a number, and especially when you're an older guy, you believe it more.
She's 19. She's 19.
She's around my age, you know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm 49.
That.
I'm 49.
Uh-huh. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah.
I'm
And
saying my
what
age.
am
I'm taking the age of 49 because 49 is the year I was born, 49. So I'm taking that age.
Okay. Well, I'm not taking mine because mine's 61. Well, I could take it. 61 is good. I'll be 63 here.
Okay, you could do
I
that.
tell you what, though, and you may know this too by feeling, Gary. But when I was younger, even into my 50s, I go, I got a long time before I get there. Long time. And then when you get here, you're like,
I know
it used for so many years. You thought, oh man, I won't be old for another 40 years, 30 years, and now you look ahead of you, and 20 years makes me 82. You know, and that's a real. Sometimes it's depressing. Good iron along there.
Yeah, no. Last time Steve was here, he was trying to get the part number with that aluminum shield. He stuck his iPhone in there with the light on. He just barely got the model number now to order the next one. But I just want to get a picture while it's open.
So you're still
yeah.
you're still a Philippine virgin then.
Sorry about that, fellas. I was talking to the maintenance guys.
I thought you were talking to us. I'm like, what's he talking?
I went into a buffering, so I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, you're buffering.
I was buffering, but I'm okay now, I guess.
So are you good with the sleep
Yeah,
pattern now,
pretty good.
Gary? Are you getting used to it?
Yeah, I am. Actually, I slept more today during the day. I didn't
What
sleep
airline
good
did you
last
fly
night.
over?
You know, I didn't sleep good last
airline?
night. Oh, I came by Korean Airlines. I'm so surprised how many Koreans come to the Philippines.
Hey, Gary, if you ever do this again, anybody out there, I'm going west this time if it happens. But you know, my return trip. But I took Qatar Airlines, and they fly east from here, from Chicago.
Oh,
Keep
really?
saying here. Yeah, they fly east, and it's faster, and it does. I found that it doesn't mess my days and nights up as much. but I might not be able to go to my son's wedding anyway because I'm doing a 13A visa, and they'll have my passport.
Huh. My first impression,
Yeah, he's a
Craig.
celebrity, man. Go ahead.
You know, everything went well. Actually, I hadn't been sleeping very much. Like, you know, I was trying to clean out my my room, and I had these large like kitchen trash bags, you know, which are not gigantic, but they're larger than a small grocery bag. And this friend of mine took me to the recycle center so I could get rid of an old computer I had and a monitor. And I had 5 of those bags thrown out, but he took me around 11, around noon. So I threw out five full bags of stuff. But then I continued cleaning, and I left 8 more bags filled up of stuff I threw out. I had to get rid of stuff. I only have a like a carry-on bag. I have a backpack and a carry-on size suitcase. So I had to fill that with whatever I could bring. And I had 2 padlocks on that, 2 master locks on my suitcase. So everything was fine from Baltimore to LAX in Los Angeles. But then when I checked that bag in Los Angeles to go, which the end would be Manila, when I picked it up in Manila, both my locks were snapped off. I mean, they cut the little part they use the zipper, you know, they cut both of them off. And I said, oh, no, you know, I heard about people putting things in your luggage, you know. So I was paranoid about that. But so I didn't open my bag, and I asked people there, and finally got to somebody that in the Philippines, there's some guy. And he said, did you open it? I said, no, I didn't. He said, can I open it? And he opened it, and inside was a TSA paper. So actually in LAX, the TSA opened the bag. They opened the suitcase.
They always open it, man. They
well,
open all of that shit.
yeah,
Gary, they
yeah.
open everything.
Well, I didn't know that.
Anything
and,
that, yeah.
well, I should have had TSA approved locks on there, you know. But I didn't have
No,
that.
no. Don't. Well, if they can't get it, they'll cut it off. But my point is, they look at, and I don't have a problem with it unless they thieve or plant some bullshit, because I want to know I'm going to be safe up there in the air. And if they can catch somebody, I'm all for that. Just don't walk off with my stuff. Like here in the Philippines, in the airport, they had a network of guys, people involved working at the airport, and they were stealing money from people.
Oh wow!
And this one guy from Taiwan, I think it was, he was he didn't let it go. He goes, "Hey, I had X amount of dollars in here. Now they're not here," and he complained. He kept complaining, and they showed these videos, and it showed the lady. This one particular time, she took the money, passed it on to another guy as he walked by, and it really wasn't worth that job. You know how hard it is for a person to get a job here and have a kind of job like that. They look at everything, man.
So that's why that's why they caught them, because that guy kept insisting about his money. Yeah.
Yeah. You better put your, hey, you don't mean to be there whining, but hey, you stole my money. Hey, they took all he had in his wallet. He knew exactly how much he had.
Yeah.
And they brought him to this room, and one thing about the Philippines, they'll go check this right away, because they don't like people stealing or thieving, So if you ever accuse somebody of something here, there's a Filipino that motorcycle girl that cut in front of that Philippines guy, and so she goes to the hospital. Just when the light turns, she tries to cut in front of him to the left of him, all the way from the right side.
Yeah.
And they went to the police. They went to the police station. The only thing that saved his ass was they had a video, CCTV, on that intersection. And when they found out it was her, because they looked at it, they bitched her out something bad. And he paid the lady's hospital bill. I wouldn't have given her a fucking cent. You put me through that bullshit, oh, they're all thanking them then, they're all sweet on them. But
So Philly in the Philippines hit somebody with his car?
yeah, so with some motorcycle, as soon as the light, just before the light turned, he was in the left lane and she was in the right or the middle, and she tried making a U-turn in front of his car. And he didn't do much to it. Just she got some scrapes, but she went and raised hell about it. And when they looked at the cam, because they happen to have a camera there, they got, oh, they have a camera over there? Yeah, let's check it out. When they found out she was lying, they bitched her out like a parent would bitch you out about lying, to your parent about something.
Hey,
And,
Tony, did you have, when you went, landed in the Philippines and had to go through customs, did you have to show them also a paper? It was called an e-travel?
yeah, that's they call it what used to be called the One Health Pass.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
okay.
another that Gary, I got to tell you about that because I went through that shit the second time around. I prided myself. I had his stuff down, and the guy didn't even look at it. He just waved me by. I'm like, fuck, how much shit I went through nowadays. I almost forgot about that until you said it. Because when you're on your way back, I think you can do it 4 days before you leave. They know when you fill that out, all you're filling out is your name and where you're going. That's about it.
Well, actually, I didn't remember you ever saying about that, so I didn't have one.
Well,
So and then you have to wait in that long line before you go to customs. Goes back and forth,
Mhm.
And
Gary,
they said,
when you came there, they knew you didn't have one. When you buy that ticket,
yeah.
and they check the who's sitting where on the plane, they know you didn't. They know you didn't.
Well, I went to the customs, showed a passport, and then they said, you have an e-travel? And I said, no. And they said, well, go on back there to that transfer station and fill it out, and then come on back. You don't have to wait in line, just come on back. So I went there, and a lady helped me, and she said, you can fill this out online, just take a picture of the that QR code thing. And I said, I only have 1% of battery left on my phone, and I don't have an adapter to put my charger in the plug,
No.
So actually she did the whole thing. She just asked me, she filled it in all, and then she said, just take a picture of it and show them. I thought that was so nice of her to fill it all out, just, you're right. It's not very much where you're going, where you came from.
You have one thing up on a lot of other people. There's a lot of history there with America. And when I came here the first time, and after that pandemic shit, that was it was like 2013 when I came here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaving, and I don't know. You can't have a lighter no more, and you're on you when you're traveling. But the dude told me, goes, next time leave it at home or put it in your something. I was like, well, why are you saying that? You know, it didn't dawn on me till after I got home. I thought, why is he saying that about a lighter? I didn't know that was a rule. But because I was an American, he figured, oh, I ain't gonna do nothing stupid on the plane, you know.
Mhm.
I went to Dominican, and I had forgotten they took it from me. Now you can't have that on the plane.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So,
Look at this, Gary. Craig was thinking about women, man.
what's that?
He was thinking more about your view on the woman.
The woman that helped me?
No, well,
Everybody
think
was
the
very
one-
helpful. Actually, everybody was very helpful there. My whole trip, I asked a lot because I can't, I can understand people when they're talking to me, but when I'm in like an airport and they make an announcement, I mean, so many gates are making an announcement at the same time. I can't filter it. That's the same thing if I'm in a bar. I can't have a conversation with anybody because I can't focus on one conversation. I'm hearing everything that's going around.
well, I
So
got
I can't hear
irritation
it.
too. So how much younger is your woman than you are?
No, I'm not concerned about that. Let's see.
No, we are.
Oh, I'm not talking
I
about
mean,
it.
yeah, that means she ain't 65. She's more like 25, huh?
I'm just hoping that'll keep me young.
Yeah, it will for a while.
I actually wrote a poem about that. When you have a wife, or girlfriend that's younger than you, it's either gonna make you young or take your life.
Well,
Yeah.
in your case, by the time she gets into that spurt when she's in her 50s, you won't be around anymore.
Well, let's say that I'm not going to see my woman grow old.
Well, yeah. Who will? I don't know. Maybe 20 years. Mine, 20 years, mine will be, she'll be 40, 64, 65.
Well, if I can live a long life like Chico's mother, I'll be very happy.
Look at that hamstring surviving. He hadn't even dipped a wick yet there. Right. Hamstrings.
Have you FaceTimed with her since you've been there, Gary?
Actually, I met her today. I met her and her mother and her sister today.
How was
Did
it?
they have their teeth?
Yeah, they don't. Well, I didn't look at their mouth really. I wasn't that observant about that. In fact, I don't even remember if somebody asked me what clothes they were wearing. I wouldn't even know. Yeah, they came by my place here. I said that I was going to have visitors. When I went out this morning, I wanted to go check out the ATM, see if my ATM card was working. So I went to the bank, and I went into the bank and explained that I was new and want to use the ATM, but I don't know how to use your ATMs. I don't know how to do it. So actually, there's another one where the lady, she came out to the ATM with me, helped me through the whole process. So now I know how that works.
Of course she did.
And there's a 250 pesos fee for the ATM. And there's a limit of 20,000 pesos you can take out.
A day.
Yeah, a day, exactly.
You know what?
So, but you have to add that 250 onto it. So you're not going to get 20,000 pesos. You're going to get 20,000 minus the 250.
Here's what I did when I was here in 2013. The guy in Boho told me you can't do it, but when we went up there, they had a set amount, and I didn't know what that was. I go, what do you mean? All they'll give me is I forget what I got out of there. If I got 10 or 15, whatever it was. I said, man, I need more than that. How do you do that? And the guy behind us goes, Filipino guy goes, do it all over again. I did it all over again and got another, whatever it was, 10, 15. But I bought my credit card had interest on that shit.
Yeah.
So Gary, apparently your phone's working fine. Is that the phone you brought from the States? And
Yeah,
did you
my
need
phone
it?
is,
Did you need a
my-
different SIM card?
I didn't need it. My phone's working fine.
Yeah, Gary, did you see Craig?
The only thing I can't do with my phone is I can't call back to the United States with my phone.
But can you reach your Magic Jack?
That's because,
That I would use the Magic Jack for, you know.
Gary, that's because you have to dial a code. If your cell phone won't call back, something's up unless you have a dual SIM card. I could call on mine if I want.
Well, you know, my plan, I don't have really a plan. I just have a prepay phone.
Hey,
You know, I
hey,
pay every month.
Gary, Craig wants to know if your hamstrings are working.
I don't know about that.
Hamstrings in your leg, man, with all the effort you're pushing, you know. Pushing the bush thing, you know.
Well, I have to wait and see about that.
Yeah, effort.
Hey, you're right about the Kiko. You're right about the shyness. She's very shy.
Right. And then they don't. They say they don't want to. They're embarrassed about their English is not good, so they don't want to talk. They
Yeah.
go through that whole
Well,
thing.
We don't have to
when
talk.
she said I was. She came today, like I said, and
Did she say you're guapo?
no, she didn't say
Hey,
that.
Jamie. Excuse me there. I got Jamie, the banks over here. What will experience, even if you're a Filipino, is when I bought my truck, that lady was in the bank for an hour before she got waited on. So if you have an order of business, you go up there and it takes you an hour. If you don't have what you need, you got to go back to wherever you were and go get it and come back and spend another part of your day. And people line up the ATMs. It's amazing. I get my money right away on my debit card. So if you don't want to pay the $5 fee, you can get it in 3 to 4 days for whatever it is, $2 or whatever. But I find it a lot easier to just pay the $4.99 and I get what I want right away. You don't want to have a bank account here, Gary. There's too much fucking pain in the ass.
There was nobody in the bank when I went there.
I'm telling you, I ain't shitting you. I'm telling you the truth. There's going to be times where everybody and their brother's in line. You know, you don't want that unless you don't mind standing up for, you know, that's before you even get your business card.
Well, I think seniors have some priority, don't they?
The fuck, no. You're in line with everybody else.
I heard that you can go to the front of
Well,
the line.
Well, you know, good luck with that. But when you're in line and somebody else has been there for a long time too, the last thing they want to see is somebody go in front of them.
Well, yeah, that's true. I feel the same way, you know.
You're gonna get
If the person's disabled or a senior, I think that's okay.
They got everybody's got their lives, man. They gotta get to what they gotta get to, man. You know, it's not like
you know,
yeah.
I see the same thing on the bus when I was in the U.S. You know, they just don't have the respect like they used to. You know, and these young people are sitting in the front, and older people get on. They don't even move.
Know, I had a young guy one time. He got up and I thanked him for it. Another time, I had seen this this customer around the city. This guy had to shake so freaking bad. He had a walker. I mean, I felt so sorry for this guy. He got on the bus. There were other seniors that were, they could walk and talk, and they were normal that way. So I turned around and I said, "Hey, can somebody get up so this guy can sit down?" I said, because he's got a pretty good disability here. And this one guy says, "Well, I got a disability." I said, I don't mean a mental. I mean physical. Fuck you. The guy coming out goes, "Oh, that's okay." I said, "No, man. Come on, man. You see a guy like that, and you're able. Thank God you can still walk and function, and you're gonna let this fucking guy struggle."
Yeah, right.
Not on my bosses.
Well, I always got up myself, but if someone gets on the bus that is similar to physically okay, even though he's older, I always kind of look at him and try to evaluate: is he older than me, or am I older than him?
Yeah, I look at that and I'm like, how could you not, with good conscience? How can you just sit there and it wasn't very often, but this guy was in such bad shape. I've never seen an individual putting every ounce of energy he had left to move.
And you always have to be alert to people getting on the bus, because some people may not look like it, but some people are blind. Now, there was one guy that got on the bus just a few weeks before I came here, and he had a big stick, not a stick that a blind person would have, just a big
staff.
stick.
A staff, like
right.
Moses' staff.
And I know, and I couldn't tell he was blind, but then, he tried to sit down there, and I'm already down there. So then I realized then I jumped over and I said, "Go ahead, sit down," but he didn't want to sit down. So
I had people get on my butt. This is how respectful I was. I had these I call them inbreds, because they were just fucking just oh man, I don't know what the fuck. They were just they look goofy. And this one old lady, the old black woman, was getting off the bus. These guys get on, and they're standing up against the front window like it's going to give her room. I said, she needs all of this room. So you guys need to step off and let her get off, and then we can go. We're not going anywhere till she gets off. And they stepped back. I hated that shit, man. Oh my God.
So Jamie says that if she's awaiting hours in line there, and about 30 older people get on and get
it's like
speak up.
Hey, listen, I go to the bank when I bought my truck, so we had to go there because I go to the Western Union, and they some amount like that they want to have it verified, and all this stuff. So I go there, and we get the paper. We go to the bank, and because the dealership, but there's only one dealer here, so you're fucked. So we go there, and I'm signing this. Well, no, you have to do it over. And after a while, she said, "Oh, they want it like that one, like I signed back in like 40 years ago. I don't know." I'm like, who gives a shit? What I don't get is they got your photo, they got your name, you got a passport, as official as you can be. I got a driver's license from Philippines. I got one from America. All my shit's on there. And here's what they did to me this past time here. I go to get a MBI clearance, like a police clearance. So it takes a month, So we go to this, they got this satellite kind of one out there in Butuan. The other one, we had to go to the other part of Butuan called Embryon. And the lady says, at the first one, the lady says, so, well, you don't have a middle name on there. I said, sure I do. I said, it's right there at the bottom. They got your passport number with your full name. That's the way they do them in America. So what her problem was is by my picture, they had my first and last name.
Yeah.
But because my middle name wasn't in there, I had to go to this main building. I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous, man. So what shocked me with all this paperwork, haven they got here. So I go there.
Yeah.
I go there to pick up the clearance. Oh, we don't have it. I thought, fuck, they got a mail it in here. What's going on? So we were sitting there about a half hour, and they faxed it. I didn't even know they did that. I was surprised. Very happily surprised.
Yeah, right. I was a little worried about one thing. When I originally got my ticket, they when I was filling out the order to come to the Korean Airlines, I guess it was, they want you to connect your first name and your last and your middle name. They don't want a space in between.
No, really?
So I was very nervous about that because it has to match your passport. And in the passport, there's a space between my first and middle name. But on the ticket,
different.
I connected them,
Yeah, they're different. They're weird that way. Come on, man. Every single American passport has the full name at the bottom with the numbers, and on top.
Yeah.
That's the way we do it, but they don't do it there. So I'm confused here. When I get my regular driver's license, do you need my middle initial in there? No. Well, so you don't know what way to go.
Well, another one, they use a lot of the recognition. You get in the front and they take your picture and you pass through. Well, when I was I had to stop in Incheon, Incheon, I guess. And then I was going pass on. I showed my passport, my picture, and they didn't match. The thing didn't recognize it. So they said you have to go to the counter there and pass. Because my picture, passport picture was done 6 years ago. I looked a little different.
You know your driver's license now because they had that little thing because you can't get on a domestic flight without, it's like a passport. You can use it as a passport.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Liz, here's my experience at the car dealership, and there's only one Toyota dealer here. So the lady that sold me the car, she's your agent for life. You go for insurance renewal, for everything but your emissions. They do. So I go in there the other day. I get some fuel injector cleaner for the truck. I got diesel. So I go to the first desk. I go right to where the service advisor is. He says, "You got to go over there." So I go over there to these two ladies who are like hostesses. So then she tells me to go back there. I go back there again and I sit down. And they're all acting like they got shit to do because as soon as when I go to sit down, they took off. Except one guy. Nobody said, "Oh, sir, I'll help you." So I sat there. I said, "Yeah, I want to get 2 bottles because for 80-liter tank, you need two aluminum cans, Toyota stuff. So I can get it cheaper on Lazada, but I'm not on there yet. So anyway, I get it. I tell him what I want. He goes back. Like 10 minutes later, he comes back and gives me this printout of the item. 2 pieces of printout, one for me, one for them. So I get that. He goes, you got to go over to the cashier. So I'm thinking, well, they'll take care of the rest of it. They'll give me my stuff. She takes my money. I got to go back to the guy I saw already to get my shit in the bag. I don't get it. Ugh. But anyway, this is a nice place to be, and got some street smarts about you, and you'll be just fine.
Well, I haven't found that place to eat yet.
Where you
They
going?
at the hotel here they have the free breakfast, but you know, I'm not sure. I'm a little paranoid for eating. So
Don't go to a street food. Gary, go to McDonald's. Everybody's got a McDonald's. They call it McDo's.
well, I thought I also go to some place that had like packaged like foods, you know, like 7-Eleven.
Nah. Maybe, but nah.
Well, there's not a 7-Eleven near me. So I went to this Quick Mart place. First, I tried to enter, and they said, "Oh, this is the exit." So then I went right to the entrance. And then after I bought the item, I tried to exit, and I was exiting the entrance.
In through the outdoor.
Yeah,
You want to be a backdoor man, huh?
they immediately stopped me with this, like they're holding something. They put it
Yeah,
right.
what happened
in
to
front of me.
what happened to your camera, Gary?
Oh, I decided to not show myself.
Oh yes.
Case
Get an
my,
admirer. Get a
case
secret
I know,
admirer.
in case I know somebody, they recognize me here.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you haven't done anything wrong yet.
Well, maybe some question and answer things. So they get me. So
You got there, and Mama Kiko was
yeah, it was very smooth actually. It was very all the way. It was the hardest part is like clearing out my room. You know, I was just busy on like Monday. Well, I had been clearing out all along, but like Monday was Sunday was big day, but Monday was really big. And I worked from like 7 in the morning and all day until like 1 a.m. or something like that. But then I had to call an Uber at 4 because I had a 6:30 a.m. flight. So
yeah,
but,
Gary. I was.
oh, and then I thought
I
I thought I escaped the July rent. You know, I said because I pay my rent at the end of the month. So I thought no one asked about the rent. You know, no one asked me about the rent, but because the owners are away too, and so I've been there a week by myself, and then the last day I'm there, the owner said, the husband, because I always give it to the wife, and he said, Gary, did you give my wife the rent money? I said, no. I said I have to.
Oh yeah.
I had to use that money, so I'll have to send it to you later once I get settled.
Are you still coming back to America?
No, I'm not.
Listen, Gary, you are not a little info here. You are not liable for any debt you accumulated in America and skip out on it. Nobody can touch you.
I'm paying all my debts.
I'm just saying they can't touch you unless you come back.
Yeah, but also I'm depending on my Social Security, so I don't want them to mess around.
Well, there was a story attached to that. I had a regular that told me there was a guy. This guy owed millions of dollars. He was big time money, He's not small time. He's big time. So they held him. They held that. They took that for what he owed.
Well, I owe some money for credit cards, so I may need to use my credit card. So
You're
I'm
not.
paying.
Yeah, if you're
Or
gonna. Gary,
I just have an automatic amount sent to there every month.
you're not liable for that no more.
Well, I don't want them to mess with my social securities. I'm gonna continue
Yeah.
paying as if I was there.
So you got a new. You gotta go to a fish fry every day. Yeah, here.
Yeah, so that'll take a while to get paid off. But I had been thinking maybe I'd pay it quicker, but I think I'll just concentrate on the Philippines right now and everything, and just have the amount of money I send to them every month. Just kind of like forget that I even have that.
So there's no turning back for you. I told you to
No,
set yourself.
no. Although I've been invited back to actually, I didn't hand in the house keys. After I closed up, he said he wanted all three locks, put on, and I locked it all up. But I was going to throw the keys in the mailbox, because this is a mailbox that's right there and on the house. You just throw them in; they'll fall down on the ground, on the floor. But I said, well, let me keep them, just in case I have to go back in the house while I'm waiting for the Uber driver,
Yeah.
And so I just have them, and I told him I'd send them back, but the owner's wife said, just keep them, Gary, in case you want to come back.
Mhm.
So,
Well, there you go.
yeah.
Now
that's
they
nice.
can't. Now they can't wine and dine on your money. You're not there. Listen, Gary, an apartment there for you, you could easily get one for 10, 15,000 pesos. 300, $400 a month, two to 400. Don't be paying American rental prices here.
Yeah, we already rented a place.
Okay.
We rented a place for 13,000.
Oof, well, okay, that's cool. It's about,
Yeah,
I think the base, I think,
two bedroom, one bath. The only thing I don't
Mhm.
like about it is has steps, 2 floors.
oh, no. Well, what's on all the bedrooms are upstairs?
Yeah, the bedrooms are upstairs, right,
Ooh.
and the bathroom is actually downstairs. But that's the only thing. I'm not too crazy about steps.
About
Going up is
220,
fine. Coming down is harder.
$228 a month. Huh. Ooh.
Yeah, so that's a good price. And electric, we don't have any aircon. No. There was
Electric
another place. There was another place. It was a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house, more modern, and but we didn't need that big, and it's
Here.
further outside town. So
I'm gonna tell you about electric here, Gary. My last bill was a bill where I ran like 2 air conditioners either at the same time or one after the other in different rooms. And that came to, and the guys that are living in the mother's wooden hut over there,
yeah,
they use it. They have a solar light in there, but they also use it for whatever else. So I paid 4,000 peso for 4,028. I paid for last month. That's $80.
yeah, that's pretty high, isn't it?
Well, not more than 4,000. Well, it's $80. Yeah, $80 ain't. If you consider it, the air conditioner is more than one. So that's not so bad.
Well, I was talking to
Yeah.
Michael, and when he told me his bill, it kind of like had an influence on the choice of where I wanted to live.
So are you gonna have anybody living with you, or just you and your lady?
We have another person too.
Oh, granddaughter.
So
It'd be
that's so there'd be three of us there, you know.
You can have a three. Is it her relation? Daughter, granddaughter?
A sister.
Okay.
So
Well, keep it in the family, man.
yeah, well, this is my new family now, you know.
Hey Gary, you forgot Craig's question. He asked if your hamstrings are okay. Oh man.
Well, I got the 2 bedroom, and actually, her and her mother and sister. That's why I'm over here because
Her mother.
they're cleaning up the place and furnishing it. So
Hey, Gary, you just said that your girlfriend was around your age. So if she has her mother living there, what's her mother? 100?
her mother is very old.
Well, no shit. Is she heading toward a world record or something?
You know, actually, Asians look very young to a certain age, and then all of a
And they
sudden
go, yeah,
then they shoot up real quick. You know, their looks.
60 something. That's because they're flirting with white blood red whites and blood. What do you call it? They're borderline. What do you call it? They eat all that starch. It turns into sugar.
Oh
They're
yeah,
borderline a diabetic. Well,
Diabetic.
almost all are diabetics. They all,
Yeah,
almost
right.
all of them.
but Asians
But you-
do look young. They look young
No.
up to that age. You know.
No, they get to a certain point, just like me. You know, my dad's side of the family looked like babies up until I was like 61. But
Wow.
you know, now I got a belly, and I could give a shit though, man. It's something different with me now. It's I got to this point in my life, and it's not like I said, well, I'm gonna act different when I get to, when I get to a certain age. It just happens, and it just I feel old now, where before I didn't.
Yeah, you have to think though. Don't think old. You know, try
I'm
to
not.
stay positive, think young. I mean, you have a son. You know, you can. That would
Well,
bring your aging down.
when some people talk to me like I don't know nothing, I've been on this earth for almost 63 years. I know a little bit, So, well, there's 126. Yeah, look at that. Craig hit the nail on the head there.
Well,
At least you
I
sleep.
thought that's really nice that they're cleaning that up and
Hey.
getting it all ready.
Are both the bedrooms upstairs?
Yeah, it's upstairs bedrooms.
Both of them?
Yeah, upstairs. Downstairs is the living room, the kitchen, and the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, they call it a C. They call it a CR, but you got to rock and roll. You got to be pretty quiet though, because
Well, I think another word for what they call it, baño, bathroom.
Banya. Oh,
Baño. I think it's baño.
I think it's Mexican, Mexican, Spanish.
Yeah.
But how you gonna rock and roll with the sister unless she just go from one room to the other? Oh man.
So it's okay. It's a good price, and it'll give us a chance to save some money and things like that. So,
Well, you gotta be up. Don't be in a blind. Don't be no blind faith, man. Know what's happening with you. You know what I mean? No. It's nice to have other people do things for you and that, but you be aware of what's what.
well, yeah, I am, but I have total trust in this my partner. So,
All right,
yeah.
man. So
I mean, I know her quite well. I mean, we play Uno together. You know.
you played Uno. What the fuck? Did you beat her, man? Or?
No, she's my teammate.
Did you, well, I was gonna say, did you bet for favors? Or what?
She's my teammate.
Oh, team.
Do you ever
Well,
play
well,
Uno?
you-
Oh no, Mobile's a very
No,
fun
no, no.
game.
Listen. I played Uno, and we all stopped playing with my dad because if he got draw four from the left, you got to draw four from the right. He'd be pissed. He'd say, "Why do
Yeah.
why give it to me? Give it to them."
You know, I used to play with when this house where I live, where I rent. I've known this family a long time, over 40 years actually, and their daughter, who's now like 38 years old, when she was like 7, I used to play with her, and I said, "I play with you because you're a good loser." You know, she doesn't cry. She was only 7 years old. Usually, they don't want to lose. They cry and
Well,
things.
hey, when it says reverse draw four on the card, what are you gonna do? you gotta give it to the person, man.
But then I was telling her husband, I said, I used to play Uno with your wife, and I told her when she was like 7 years old, I said she was a good loser, and her husband said, she's not a good loser anymore.
Yeah. Poor guy.
He said she's not a good loser, but she was then. I mean, I could play normal with her, you know, at Uno. I didn't have to have it so she could win, you know.
Yeah. Huh? Well, sounds like you got it pretty good so far there. Huh?
Yeah. So
Hmm.
I've
Not even-
known the family a long time. Yeah, I've known
No
when
stretch marks.
when I went down Akiko, when I went down to Biloxi, Mississippi for the training, you know, I visited their family down there. They live in Biloxi. And they say I'd go to their house, and they live where a lot of Vietnamese lived. And they say, "You tired, Gary? Go upstairs, lay down." You know. One time I went to sleep. It was on the weekend, and I woke up in the morning, and everybody was gone. And there was a note and said, "Stay home, Gary. We've gone to Alabama. Just stay home and watch the house."
Yeah, we got your wallet. We'll see you later. so that you're the cash cow now.
Craig, I'm happy you don't have stretch marks yet. That's good on you.
Yeah, stretch marks, man. She has 2 kids after 40, yeah. Hard to knock down on smelly shavers.
But I am still kind of. Well, I did take a pretty good nap today, but after the visit, and
Were you that tired? You had a pretty good romp today then.
well, you know, when they visit, you know, they're shy, but you know, you're not like you're nervous too. You know, you're meeting the family and meeting her for the first time, so it makes you tired.
You're
nervous. Your body, you're nervous, and what to say, and things like that.
You've been on a plane for 20-some hours. Huh? You're 70
I have been without sleep for like 50 hours when I first came here. You know,
I fell asleep after 30-some hours on the flight to Butuan. No, not Butuan. The last 2 hours going into Manila, because the guy next to me was from the same hometown as my wife is. Well, this guy was a young guy.
Way too much information, Craig.
Stretch, man. Nipples are huge. Are they dark or are they red? Rosy red?
but you don't want to fall like Korean Airlines is. You don't want to really fall asleep because they're so. Their meals are so nice, you know. You don't want to miss it.
You ain't gonna miss it. They'll slap you upside the head and let you.
No, you'll miss the snacks.
But you know what they give me?
I almost missed the snack.
You know what I hate though, man? They shove all the shit on you so they can go back and sleep themselves. You know? Well, when I was flying back last time, not this time, but 2013, there was a Chinese students on there, you know,
Mm.
and they only looked real young. You know, I thought I was 30 something, I was 50 something. I was showing them pictures. I was just flipping through the pictures. And the steward, the flight attendant, you know, a lot of people after they eat, they were sleeping and the sun was out and I had my shade up. So the sun was coming through the window. She kept saying, well, close your shade because people sleep. And I said, I paid $1,800 for this fucking ticket. If I want the shade open, it'll be open. and I was talking to the students that were there anyway. And the lady looked at me. She just, the frustration, and she puts her hand like, "Oh, forget about him. He won't learn." She even had the pilot make. She had the pilot make an announcement.
Oh,
And I
about
still did.
pulling the shades.
Of course, they wanted me to close the shades so some people could sleep. I'm like, yeah, we're 9 hours into the flight. You fucking worry about sleeping now?
Yeah, I actually got pretty cheap. You know, I went very cheap on everything. You know, Kiko, from BWI to LAX, I got a direct flight with United. It only cost me $108, and then I paid $40 for the check-in bag.
Oof.
So that was good. $108 for
I learned from Milwaukee to Chicago. I always took the coach USA. It was like $57, you know, and I could wrong trip. I'm not sure I remember, but why I did that was it would have added another 200 to my ticket if I'd have flown out of Milwaukee instead of going to Chicago. So last time I came over here, I thought, not this time, but last year, I thought to myself, well, I'll take it from Milwaukee this time. What can happen, right? So I'm there like 3-4 hours early, man. And I go down there. I'm so early that the flight before me was postponed. So it was still here. It was still there for me. So I got on that plane and we sat on the runways for 45 minutes because they had electrical storm, lightning, all that shit in Chicago. And if I would have went when I was supposed to go, I'd have missed my flight, you know, out to the Philippines. So at $57, man, they drop you off right at the terminal you need to go. So it's all worth it, man. It ain't worth that, you know, extra. So you don't have to transfer bags. That's the only plus. You know, they transfer for you. You don't have to come to Chicago and check all your bags.
Well, I gave myself a lot of time.
Jamie said she would borrow Craig her nipple cream. Remember that? Wow.
A dinner sandwich. Yes. $13. I know the food in airports is really expensive.
And you're thinking, do I really need this?
I bought a little bag of chips and like a water, or I think it was an apple juice. That's right. I bought a little bag of chips and an apple juice and a chocolate chip cookie, and it came to like $12.
Yeah, I got to do a double take. I look around. Was this a hidden camera, a Canon camera, or something? People trying to bullshit me. You know, me and the ex went to a Christmas play Dan Nutcracker at Pap Theater in Milwaukee, famous theater, you know, by the founder of Pabst Brewery. And they're coming around with wine. You know, it was like half a, you know, that rich person glass with the short stem and the long. Anyway, I said, how much? The guy said $10 at the time. I'm like, $10? Oh, fuck. You know, I said what I said out loud. So, it was, you know, I got yelled at for that. And I'm like, great, man. $10 for fucking.
I didn't chat with anybody like any other passengers near me or anything.
No, I don't usually either. Well, when I was the second time I went from. Oh, that was the first time because I thought I had a new computer. I thought I was new to online everything. Well, I'll get this ticket here. It sounds good. So I fly from Chicago to San Francisco, which is a good port of entry. Forget about Miami, man. Forget about it. The whole Central and South American population goes through that shit. So I get to Hawaii. We got to get off the plane and clean it. They fuel it. Then we get back on. And I'm thinking, okay. I got, this first off, this was British guy. He was with his family. And he's sitting by himself in the middle. And I said, oh, you're flying along? Where are you going? Hawaii. It's all by yourself? He goes, no, the wife and the kids are over there. He never hardly said a word. He just waved and made face gestures, you know, hands and shit. And he says, yeah, I came with the wife, and he goes, and he makes this sourpuss look like, and he throws his arm up and his hand, you know, like waving him away. And I said, you don't have to tell me. I've been there 2 times already. And when we got there, the wife got up and to see who he was talking to because he never said anything loud enough. He was, he was smart about it. I said, so I thought that marriage thing was just an American issue. I didn't know it was worldwide. You know, and I said, you could have went to Puerto Rico just as well with the palm trees and the sand. You know, you fly all the way across the continent. But anyway, I thought to myself, that's when I was a smoker, you know, and I go to Burger King at the airport, $8 for a soda, a French fry, and hamburger. And I'm thinking, for some stupid reason, it's 2 hours from Hawaii, Guam. I've heard of Guam, but I never knew where it really was. And it was like 7 or 8. And fuck, you know, I kept looking at that door. And I'm thinking, man, I need a cigarette so bad, but if I go out there, I'll die, you know. Then you get to Guam, and you get off one plane, and like they're herding pigs, you know, to the slaughter, and get taken off like 40 minutes later to come to Manila. And when we landed, I go, finally I got here, you know. But when I left there, I felt like I was leaving where I was, my home, you know. I liked it a lot. And the second time, this last time in 2023, when I came back, from January to April, June before I came back to the States, and come back for the last year, 15 months.
Okay. I wanted to ask. I went into I couldn't tell, but I wanted to ask about medicine. I'm not sick yet, but stomach medicine.
Ulcer. I take ulcer medicine. Meprazole. God, I don't think that one's too bad. But if I had a bleeding ulcer, so I had to take sulfuricate, something like that. That costs 5,700 pesos for 90 a bottle of 90 pills, and I take that 4 times a day. I take that, so that's $100 just for that one. So well, if I miss my son's wedding because I won't have my passport, I'm gonna cancel my phone, which I've been carrying for $60 some a month. I haven't hardly ever used it. But if we want to get on your Social Security and make up an account, you know, you got to change all this shit. There's stuff to be learned from it. I mean, that's an extra $68 plus the I'm gonna drop my dental, which I don't use. That's $48 a month. So that'll pay for the meds, you know, have offset those costs. I got to take those too because I went without them for a while. My stomach is effed up. I cannot.
Well, I'm talking about like going to the pharmacy and just buying something like Melanta or Pepto or some type of a diarrhea medicine, things like that. So I have them on hand in case I'm needed. So do you have any recommendation? Anybody have any recommendation on what to get like that stuff?
They sell that or a version of it. This isn't too far removed from our way of life when it comes to that. Vagisil. You might need a pack. You might need to pack that in there pretty good.
Kaopectate, things like that. You know, things that like that. You know, Pepto-Bismol. I like Pepto-Bismol, but
if you have to keep taking it, man, then there's.
Well, I don't want to keep taking. I'm saying in case I eat something that doesn't go well with me, what can I use to help myself? You know, would it be like that I can buy? You know,
they'll have name brands like they do here on certain items, and there'll be a little bit more because of the shipping, the cost of shipping. But they will. I
think I'll go tomorrow.
When you go to a pharmacy, the pharmacist will be able to point you in the right direction. Okay. It's not as backwards as a lot of folks would like to believe. It's not exactly like where you're from, but it isn't. It's a good alternative, you know. So, plus a lot of those folks have been educated in America, so they get it, you know. You know, it's not like a cashier at 7-Eleven. They got some knowledgeable folks too. I think you'll
see, like right now, I didn't bring any medicine except for my own prescription medicine, but but you know, the normal prescription stuff like cholesterol and blood pressure. You know, when you
I take
everybody has cholesterol and the blood pressure medicine.
I take 6. I take blood pressure. I take beta blockers because my pulse rate without even before just starting the day without even eating anything would be in the 90s, and then when I would do something it would be over 100, which you're not supposed to be hovering at that number, you know, forever.
Yeah, right.
So I asked my cardiologist. She kept saying, well, it was the other thing with the name of this shit. But oh man, I can't even think, man. But anyway, it's supposed to work with your omeprazole. Not omeprazole, but with your blood pressure. So my doctor looked at it. He goes, "He won't give you He said, "Why not?" He's looking at the tests, you know, results, because there's only been a few times where if I do not eat the way I should, which I really don't a lot anyway, but my pulse rate will fall below 68, and it's not too good to be going that low. But you know, like 60, I think. Well, you know, athletes got a lower one, but I'm talking 62. You know, then you're gonna feel like passing out. But you put a little sugar in you, man, pip you right up. But I've been doing that, and as far as I know, it's been okay. I got my wrist one, but that's not accurate. It just gives me a general idea because the numbers are high.
Yeah, right. The wrists
The
are not
number-
as accurate as the.
The
upper
number,
arm.
I know what it is with a C cup. I know what it is. So, oh my God. So uh, the other one, and then I on the wrist one, I know what to allow for. So I know what, even though it says this, it probably pretty much this. But,
Yeah, my
lead,
blood pressure is not too bad, so
no,
I'm
my
okay.
pension from that one job, that $300, that goes from my medicines. Uh, Plus, like I said, I'm gonna eliminate my phone and the dental, so that's another $100+. But they asked my wife, why do you eat, why do you get so much of this? Well, I take 4 a day. When I was in Qatar and I had these long layovers and I needed my I didn't have enough of my medicines, on me. I didn't take enough on me. So they had to send somebody to go get them. And the guard, with one of the workers, like, oh, what do you take all that for? Because my Curafate bottles were in the regular prescription bottles, so I had a shitload of them. There were like 10 of them, man. I forget how many were in each bottle, but when you go there and they go, oh, you sure you're not selling this stuff? One thing cool about here is I took all my printouts from the medicines to describe the medicine, what the effects of it, and all that shit, all the history, and I haven't had to see a doctor to re-up any of my prescriptions. There's one pharmacy that won't do it, but all these other ones, you go for the same thing all the time. They give it to you without a question. I mean, I don't understand the stuff I take, what benefit that would be to some pill popper. I don't get what it would do for them. So
Yeah, right.
maybe I'm good that I don't know, but blue pills, Gary.
It might make them healthier.
Yeah. Forgot about that one. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know.
My ex-girlfriend's mother used to cook this herb medicine, and she'd put it in bottles. Well, one time there was a bottle in the refrigerator, and I remember I had a Pepsi in there, and it was about that much left in the Pepsi bottle, and I said. I saw it in the morning and I said, oh, I thought I drank that last night, but maybe I didn't, So I drank it down. And, you really don't taste anything until you stop drinking. You drink and then you stop. And then I realized, oh, man, this is the Pepsi. This is the herb medicine, her herb medicine. She just put it in a Pepsi bottle, didn't do any mark or anything. And I thought it was my Pepsi. I said, maybe I didn't drink it last night. I can't remember. I said, this is either going to help me a lot, there's herb medicine or not.
So you're a senior when your old man revolves around the pills you take at a certain time.
Yeah.
One thing good
about getting rid of all the clutter, though, is now at least you can find things.
There you go. Somebody got a what do you call it? But you know what, Gary? And doctors and nurses will tell you, you're not supposed to even take aspirin. All those medicines wear you down.
Yeah, I heard about that. They used to always take an aspirin, that 80 milligram, but now they're saying that you don't need to take that. They say you only take that if you had a heart attack. And I said, well, then why don't I take it ahead of that? So I don't.
Yeah, well, it's recommended. Depends, because a lot of people can't. Their stomachs are too soft for ibuprofen. That'll eat you up. If you got an ulcer like I do, and I try to take that stuff, it'll ruin.
Well, I don't take it. I even rarely
But,
take
but
my.
the point to all that is, my second wife didn't believe me. I had heard the term, and I forget where, and her mother was a nurse. I said, you're not supposed to take any medicines. It affects you, period. Even aspirin, and I take 6 right now.
Oh, wow.
So do I want to? No, I don't want. I'd be dead if I didn't have them. But
Yeah, but
it's just,
the medicines do affect other parts, your other organs in your body, though.
yeah, it makes them work. It makes them
weakens
work harder. It makes them
Yeah,
work harder.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But what are you going to do though? You know what I mean? You're either going to die at 60 or you're going to die at 80. I don't know.
Well, even like vitamins. Now, my father always said if you eat right, you don't have to take
Yeah.
these multivitamins or anything.
You don't. But
I can't take vitamins because the pill is too big. I can't
Well-
swallow big pills.
you can take, well, I mean, you ain't no good to do whatever, yeah.
Like
But those are, we call them horse pills. Horse pills.
supplements are, and the vitamins pills are large.
Yeah, it could be. Many of them are.
And even the oil pill, the fish oil pill, is large,
Oh, that'll
but you
make you,
can't cut it in half because it's liquid inside.
that'll make you fart. Man. They don't make you fart, the fish oil pills?
I don't take the fish oil pill; it's too big.
Oh, okay. That's good.
My
Oh,
pills are my blood pressure pills are small. I got one that's extremely small.
what do I take for blood? I forget what the dosage is. I forget, man. I'd have to go look at the bottle.
Well, I found out I can't take any like ACE inhibitors, which is lisinopril. Lisinopril is for blood pressure, and all ACE inhibitors end in the word pril. So there's about 5 of them, and I can't take them because remember in 2021 I got that allergic reaction. My lips.
Gary, it's krill, Kril. Krill.
Oh, this is pril, PRIL.
No, it's a krill. That's the fish.
Lisinopril.
Yeah,
Oh, this it's not the fish.
no, krill is what. Okay, watch out for them cookies, huh?
Jeez, you must be in the mood tonight, Craig. Holy
Well,
You're
what mood?
quick.
You can have your girlfriend's sister right next to you. Well, if you bust
Yeah,
out and play,
we're gonna have one It's called a family
Yeah.
bed. You all sleep
If-
together, family bed.
if you yeah right. If you bust a nut, don't holler too loud.
Family bed.
Oh my God! So shit.
We have 2 bedrooms. The one bedroom we're gonna use like an office, and the bedroom we're gonna have the family bed.
The family what?
It's a family bed. You all sleep on the bed. It's a family bed.
bullshit. You fucking
You know?
bullshit. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I suppose they wear grass skirts too, huh? Jeez. Get a family bed. Well, you gotta
Then the question is, what's the order of sleeping? You gonna get the end or the middle, or
Oh, you're the one getting the end. Oh, she's the one getting the end. Well, if you put it,
I want to be able to get out of the bed easily to get to the bathroom.
yeah, I'm sure she does too when that goose starts running out.
I don't want to climb over people.
Oh, yeah. Well, arrange the bed if you can, so you can enter on either side.
And the bad part about it is the bathroom's downstairs. So I got to go down the steps.
Yeah, fucking prostate, boy.
Going up steps is easy.
Right.
Going down is harder.
Craig, I
The
just saw
knee,
your
the
comment.
knee, rough on the knees.
David hasn't had his live streams the last couple of weeks, Craig.
Who? David.
David in Arkansas.
Oh,
Two
I
or
think
3
he's.
weeks he hasn't had a live stream, so maybe he's
Well, he
not
takes
doing
a. I think he takes a break. I think that's what he does.
Well, he had a good video on those stretchers, though.
He does that every year, I think, Kiko. I think he takes a break.
Did you see the video he did on the stretchers? They're those
No, I don't.
shoes you would slip right into. They have
No,
like the
they're-
back of them or something is more like a spring. You can just slip right into
Yeah,
these.
yeah. Skechers or some shit or something like that.
Yeah. I think they're pretty good myself.
I don't have a lot of time to well, because the house building is going on constantly. I don't have a lot of time to watch anyone's channel.
Well, I just saw that video that he did on that, and that was interesting. I would have liked to have a pair of them myself.
You know what's a custom. I gotta tell you a custom there, Gary, you're probably not aware of. When after the first night that the two people get together like that, they hang their underwear outside the window. So, glue and all.
I got a little bit of education from this friend of mine. He's from India, and he did educate me a little bit on things. He said, like, when you're eating with your hand, when you eat with your hand,
It's
always
sticky
use your right hand only.
Otherwise, what? The stop stormtroopers are gonna come.
No, because you use your left hand to clean yourself off when you go to the bathroom. You know.
I don't know, man. I use my right, man.
He said it won't look good if you use your left hand too.
Okay, well, maybe I've been doing it wrong.
Use your right hand, he said.
And Craig eats with his mouth.
That's funny, Craig.
You got that. You got the thigh thing. You didn't catch that thigh thing.
I gotta go. I have to plug in I'm at 10% here. I gotta get up and plug in my phone.
Plug it in while you're there. You may got nothing better to do. You got a double wide single bed there or what?
Huh?
Your lady ain't staying.
I'm just sitting here in the bed, but I'm sitting here.
You gotta watch out for bed bugs.
They have a TV here. I haven't even tried it yet, but because I'm not used to. I don't watch TV, so
It don't work.
So, Gary, did you go out and walk about? Did you see the town at all?
I walked, like I said, I walked to the bank, and I walked to the to that Quick Mart because I wanted to get some for them when they visited. I wanted to bring some drinks and some they called it biscuits, but they were like little cookies,
You said she's from Tacloban. You're in Tacloban, Gary.
Do they call them biscuits, cookies? We call it cookies, cookies and crackers.
Gary,
are you in the city of Tacloban?
Yeah, I'm in the city. Yeah.
Oh, ask her if you would. Ask your lady there if she was and how she was affected by that typhoon back in 2013.
Odette.
Odette? No, before that one.
No, the one before that. Yeah.
She didn't live in. She doesn't live in Tacloban, but
right.
Maybe
she's from the province. Right?
Yeah, she's in the province. She's about 2.5 hours away from here.
On our way back from Naga, taking the ferry and the bus rides, I remember seeing that Tacloban, the word, and I thought, or the name, and I thought, oh, it's pretty catchy, And I'm looking out the window, and I see this older guy. I don't know, he's a Westerner, don't know where he's from, obviously. But the lady had like a newspaper stand with, I don't know, coffee or fruits or whatever. and they were carrying on a conversation, all smiles. And I remember that once that typhoon came through, I wondered what happened to those people.
Mm.
So Gary, I take it your apartment is furnished, correct?
They're working on it.
What you say, Kiko?
I said your apartment is furnished, correct?
No, it's not furnished. They're furnishing it a
Oh,
little piece at a time.
I see.
It's completely empty. It's totally empty.
Make sure you get a good mattress, because a lot of those are the cheap spring type that
Yeah,
collapse.
she ordered that. She said the mattress is expensive.
Well, I don't care for the pillow top, which we got anyway, because I had one before, because you can't flip it. But that spring one that I was laying on for the first year I was here, when we had our own bed over here, my back was hurting, man. I don't know why. Maybe I was just used to the bad springs or some shit.
Well, before I came here, in the U.S. where I was living, for 23 years, I didn't have a bed at all. I slept on the floor for 23 years.
You didn't have a mattress on the floor?
No, I used to have a comforter on the floor that I lay down there,
Yeah.
but then I gave that comforter, I threw it away when I gave somebody a piece of furniture that I had, so we used it to wrap the furniture. So then I didn't have anything. But I had a carpeted floor. It wasn't tile.
I don't know, Craig, but I was on something that had a not too firm, not too soft feel, and it took me a long time to get used to it. I mean, a long time.
But I hadn't been sleeping on the floor the last week because the family, like I said, the owner's been away. So I picked the bed upstairs to sleep on because I didn't want to sleep too much on the floor. If I sleep on the floor, I get spider bites.
Well, yeah, I know that. Also, they are dirt mites. They're called dirt mites. You'll get those little.
Well, I killed one spider, but then I saw another one. And I couldn't catch it, and I said, "Oh man, I'm sure it'll catch me tonight," because spider bites are like mosquito bites, but they itch worse, and they last a long time. It'll go like 3 days or something.
They're not as bad as the wasp, though. Wasp, to me, moth or wasp are the worst.
Yeah, I never got that.
But anyway, I think
the spiders are crawling on the floor right there, and you're laying on the floor. Now they don't attack you, but the problem is, and this is how I feel, you probably lay over on them, so they bite you to make you move.
Well, yeah, that could be. I've never taken a survey.
That's what I'm thinking now. Why the reason they bite you?
Tony, you never took the spider survey?
They always bit me like in the back of the leg,
What, people?
I said you never took the spider survey?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't have my microphone ready and the lights weren't ready. Shit. But yeah, dirt mites, bed bugs, boy. They're in the apartment.
The earplugs you have now, you said they're plug-in ones. They're wired?
Yeah, it's just a regular, it's got a little mic.
I don't want to say you sound better because you never sound good, but it's an improvement, okay, over the past
these
few years.
These earplugs?
Yeah, it's not as echoey, isn't that?
Oh yeah, right. It's not like you're in a hollow room or something.
I don't know, Gary.
He's still in the same room, but it's not as pronounced.
But I just unplugged them. I've been having them unplugged for like 10 minutes now.
It sounds good.
Then forget everything I just said.
Nice try. Well, then, thanks for the half a cool answer there. The rest of it was shit.
Yeah, it's very clear now. I mean, it doesn't sound like you're in a hollow room or anything.
Good. No, you don't. But I'll put them back.
It's good. I'm not having any echoing now.
Gary, you did not have to do anything with does your phone have a SIM or an eSIM? Is it?
Oh no,
mine Android or Apple?
this is an Android, and I have it's a dual SIM phone, and I have
Unlocked.
a regular SIM card in the one slot. Yeah.
Unlocked. You know what?
Okay.
Unlocked. I bought unlocked. Always unlocked.
So
Yeah,
how does
this
that
is
work
unlocked.
that you did not have to put a separate SIM card in your phone
No,
once
this
you arrived there and it still worked?
everything's working the same. Everything's working fine.
And
Wow.
if you're on an American carrier, you're gonna get a fucking bill, boy.
It's fine till you get the roaming charges
Yeah, $300 bill, man.
a day.
Gary, if you got a dual SIM, when you got to the airport there, I'm sure there were people selling you a Globe or Smart, and you're gonna overpay because you got no other recourse, so you
No,
buy
it's
20
not.
bucks.
It's not that way with my phone. It's just a prepay. I pay $30 a month. That's right.
Lost, but Gary, like he just said, there's roaming, man. They don't get nobody does anything to benefit you. You pay for that, crap.
Well,
You
let's
might
see that.
if you're going to be there a long time, you might want to check with a young individual who's knowledgeable and can
Yeah,
buy
well,
one of
I'll
those SIM
know-
cards
I'll
that
know
lasts
with the,
30 or 60
I
days.
just got
Gary,
this August 2nd was my billing.
hey, Gary, I got this phone here. It's a Chinese phone. The number on it was C51. Go to the Gaisano Mall and got it. And I got one of those plastic things on top of it, which I'm glad I got because it cracked it. But what I like about this is I couldn't get my what do you call this? Like for Western Union, I couldn't
Yeah.
what do they call it? I keep forgetting. What the fuck is wrong with me? But they wouldn't go onto the face of my phone. So all I would do is talk into the phone. I'd say Yahoo Mail phone app, and then it would come up, and I'd hit it. What I liked about this is nobody knows what kind of other banking or whatever you got on it because it doesn't show anything. It only comes up when you make the hit the microphone and ask for your bank, Northern Bank phone app, and it'll come up. And if your phone's slow, it'll take a couple seconds, but it will see. At first, it'll say install, but then it will say open. So that's what I do now. And I got that by accident. It works out just fine. So.
Well, you got me nervous now, Chico. I better check tomorrow.
You better check that freaking bill, man. You're gonna have a coronary, man.
I know it.
Gary,
I have had that happen before.
Gary,
I had a roaming thing.
I've been stung too, man. They had a Viber before there was Viber. There was something else, and the thing was sold in the Philippines, out of the Philippines.
Yeah,
but roaming. I had heard about roaming, but I was naive to the cell phone.
Well, I'm going to go right now because my battery's down to 5%, and also I don't want to be roaming any longer. So I'm going to go in and check that out. I go right now with my company.
Well, you might want to.
I'll see you guys.
Okay, Gary, take care.
Thanks for that comment, though, Kiko. I needed that.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't got my camera, man. I can't. What I like about it is I can sit in my birthday suit and have a live stream. I keep meaning to take out one of my GoPros, but I read up on there, and I got to have a 10 or above to be able to use the camera. And I've never even taken the 11 out of the box. The 10 I have, but I only try to adjust the colors. So that would be the one. I got enough gimbals here. I got a bunch of them. They're real good ones too. I forget the name of them, but Gary, man, I mean, I'm telling you, you bring a phone from I've experienced that. I've experienced that in the United States with roaming. within the whole country. And that fucking Rogan is gonna be more billed than the actual time you spent talking. Oh my God. Yeah, it was nice to see him. Glad everything working out like that. He said his girlfriend and her sister are sleeping upstairs. But anyway, he's in a happier place, you know, he'll be fine. Glad he made it. You know, not taking advantage of none of that stuff. What's on time, dude? How much time we got on this stuff? 255, almost 256. Well, thanks for the background, folks. You know, I was 44 million of them. I'd probably jump off like fleas pretty soon. But anyway, I won't know. I got a mail. We're having the people that are doing the visa mailing me the papers that we have to sign. And for me, a 13A is easier on the foreigner because all I need is a copy of my Xerox copy of my passport, and then I show it to NBI or NBI, yeah, NBI. I show it to them, and now I get with the packet. I got to mail it into them, probably through LBC or somebody. Yeah, I don't have a Camaro and nothing, man. Yeah, I need a Camaro here. Oh, I had my truck cleaned and waxed the other day, and I managed to keep it clean for 2 days because it's been raining almost every day. And everybody notices around here when something's shining. But you know, I'd never complain. Rain is better than fucking snow. Oh my God. I don't know what I'd do if I had to come back. Let's say I had to have knee surgery or something. That's something that laid me up for a while. I don't know what I'd do. I don't own any cold clothes anymore except jeans. I go to the immigration today. They closed a city holiday today. And they never said nothing about that back when I asked them. My visa expires on the Sunday, the 4th. I said, what day should I come back? The 2nd or the 5th? They said, oh, come on Friday. Other than that, I don't know what the fee for being late on a one day or is. But they're usually pretty cool here about that stuff. You know? I mean, I've said it about it, and it's sometimes it's hard not to voice your things that just are never going to change. They are what they are. One of that saying, it is what it is. You just, I don't know, maybe that's because all your life you're growing up and you're always taught to and you learn to understand why, the meaning of whatever the question is, right? But you have to realize it's not going to change. You know? I did educate my sales lady on the truck on one thing. I said, I see so many videos, and all these, when they look down, they got the power button. They have the eco button, ECO, I mean, you know, like less revolutions, less gas. And people here call it echo. And that shows me that you don't, if you're in car sales, you don't know what you're talking about if you call it echo. The nice thing about buying a car here, though, is with the exception of the emissions, the dealership's supposed to do all of that stuff. even after the free stuff's gone, they might give you, like me, they give you 2 years free insurance, the full coverage, and registration for 3 years, something like that. And the woman I have, I bumped into a rock over there by my mother-in-law's. The grass was high. So, my sensors went off, but it was censoring the grass. I thought it was censoring the grass because, part of where you're parking is through a little bit of grass. And it wasn't, so I got a dent in that thing. So I said, well, I put an insurance thing in. I don't know how that works here. You make a claim with the dealership. Dealership sends it to whoever and they notarize it. And then you pay your chunk back. And this is back in May, it happened, end of May. It's fucking August. And every time I send her a message, I might get a reply in a week, but I might not. Tried calling her one time. The phone was on, and she gave me a message after the fact. And the notary, the place where they send the paperwork, is down the street from the dealership. So I don't know, I'm going to go in there and get one of my free oil changes, which I don't think they've ever changed the filter yet. But I'm going to mark it filtered and see if to try to pull the next shit out. Because they put 15 W40 around here, diesel engine, protection you got. And they did it the first time because you notice how it runs. They didn't do it this last time. Because I haven't driven that enough to make the oil dirty, but I want to use up my 5 free oil changes. But I worked in a dealer, so I know dealers are more than no. So last time I take it in for an oil change, but they detailed it, shining, wet shine on the tires, all that stuff, man. I'm thinking they didn't do nothing that the whole time it was back there. This is what they did. I didn't say nothing. Started thinking, well, next time before I go, that Monday, with immigration, go to dealer. Before I go, I'm gonna put some of they got some paint for the rust proofing, the trusses. So, yeah, you know what? I was just thinking the same thing about it. I know that I'm hoping it gets smoked. That to me, this lady the young lady that sold the property, after the sale, that's it. She don't want to be bothered by all that other shit. But when I went in there for the injected cleaner, she hid because later that day she goes, "Oh, I see you were in for something." And I hate to go in there like a raving maniac, like a bitch in America. What do I got to do to get this shit right? Can I even trust that lady to remind me or take care of my renewal for my insurance or my registration? Based on what's been happening with me, I'd have to say no. So, I mean, there's only one Toyota dealer. They got you by the short hairs here. I thought to myself, well, I'll just go to a new one. They don't have a different one. They don't have one Kia, one couple Chinese ones. So I'm going to go in there and tell her, I want a divorce, and I give you another agent. I don't want to be the asshole here, but
What?
knowing
You're the most qualified.
Dealerships, I know what they're about. I work them. I know how they work. I bought enough. I bought probably 20 some new cars since I'm 18, you know. So I know. And plus, I had a job where I heard bullshitters all day. So I don't mean to. I don't mean to.
So Tony, the whole time you were driving bus, were they always automatic transmission, or were you
Yeah.
never had a manual even back in the day
No.
when you started?
Oh, no, man. You know what the old ones were?
No.
We call them rehabs. They had that fishbowl windshield.
Oh yeah.
They had a full frame. They were a beautiful ride. It's just, you know, they put over 1 million miles on those engines.
Oh,
And the Allison trannies were, you know, people scavenged the boneyards for them.
You know, I mean, you had to take them in for maintenance, right? How often do they change the oil in those? You know,
But the diesels, I have no idea.
in the buses.
Well, I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know. There's a maintenance schedule, but
Right.
when I first started, they were phasing out those rehabs. I was the last one road tested on one of them. And then one I was road tested on is in Illinois, in Zion, Illinois, I think, Transportation Museum.
Well, the newer ones you drove, they were diesel also, right? I mean,
Yeah, they all are, but the newer ones starting after with subframes, you know, like you see the frame on a stock car, a dragster.
now, did you have to fuel them up, or was that not your job? You didn't have to.
Well, that's a different job from the driver. I did that job too for a year. You got to do the quota is 27 buses a night. Only I didn't understand the average thing because I had all but 4 to go after lunch.
Do you know how big of a tank they had on the buses?
No idea.
No clue.
No, but I tell you what, man, when we had the rehabs, when I first, that's all we had. We had some rickety things from the 80s that they made some, it's like one of those bad ideas when you build a vehicle that's too tall and narrow. You know, your stability ain't that great, you know, when you're taking curves.
Right.
The rehabs had the lever on the floor to put them in gear, and you had to rev the shit out of them to get them hot. Otherwise, you hear that. And the exhaust would come up through the floorboards. So it was like
see what Craig identifies that now?
huh?
Yeah, but Craig, are you a manual or automatic?
If you got an automatic in that business you're in, your fucking knee's got to be killing you, man. You don't want a clutch here.
Oh, I'd love to have one again.
Especially, nah, you wouldn't, man. You're older now. You got to think about that one.
Yeah,
You live in that.
Until you start having knee problems, right?
The way you have to react here to everything, you don't want to be bothered with it. It just. And
I would buy one of those little multi-cabs. That's the only thing. That's as expensive as I would go.
Well, they got new ones that they sell, but I wouldn't buy that used shit. Like
buy the old ones that they rebuilt from Japan.
Yeah, I'm told how many miles they're on those. Well, they have to get a new car every 6 years, and it's illegal to drive on the wrong side of the. Here, so that's why they cut the dash. It's a big business. Japanese service.
I know. I mean, if I was going to live there, I'd like to go and watch mine being made, you know, and help in the process. Just something I'd like to do.
I don't know if I don't even know if they. I don't know what you might find them willing to. You might not. I don't know.
Well, if you get the money, they got the time.
Yeah. I think you're biting off more to get through with that deal. You know? It's just, it's like having the old car you got and it's nickel and dime. And every time you get in it, you're not sure whether you're going to get to destination B, A to B. there's a couple of jeepneys here. Those fucking things are 80 years old.
Oh yeah, they do look old, don't they?
No, but 80 years, people, when we were kids. If you told me this car will be around in 80 years,
Well, you think about World War II was what, early 40s? So that, yeah,
Yeah.
that's 80 years ago.
yeah,
And
man.
how they haven't rusted apart, I don't know, because there is
Uh,
salt water even there, you know, the salt air.
I've been in the ocean over here, the Philippine Ocean, and I haven't gotten a mouthful of salt. I can honestly say.
Hey, Tony,
I don't
I
know.
meant to ask you guys, have you ever eaten the fish halibut? Have you had it?
If I did, I didn't know about it.
Because I golfed with a guy. He just came back from an Alaskan fishing trip, and he
Uh.
brought a bunch of it, and he shared it with us. And my wife cooked up some of it last night. It's good fish.
Did
She
you?
looked at the price online. It's like $25 a pound. So it's pretty expensive fish.
Did
I was just
you?
wondering if anybody else out there,
I
Craig,
don't know.
being in Australia, you probably ate halibut. I would
They
imagine.
got the tuna here, which isn't good for you, but you see that show, The Deadliest Catch, when they get that one big fish, they get 40 grand for it, depending on the weight. They scoop shit up down there in Jinsan. Oh my God. They're overfishing, but they actually they snag them with a net. But you can imagine the dollar amount on those hauls. If a heavy enough one in America in Alaska will pay you 40 grand, my God, this one down here are huge. But they use tilapia and salmon. But the godsend for me, which I haven't taken advantage of, is that they sell brown and yellow mustard at Robinson's. So brown and yellow mustard is good for your heart. So tilapia to me tastes like fish that's waterlogged, like the meat's waterlogged. It's just bland, no taste, But I haven't really eaten just fish since I got here. Weagles, the bird wings you get on there are like some birds that are starving, for Christ's sake. But they give you a ton of pansy. But you got to watch that noodle intake, And I haven't checked my blood pressure in a long time though, because I've been eating all the shit I shouldn't. But my blood pressure changed once I got here too. It was for the better. I mean, just living even not working, living in America was stressing me. I hope I never have to go back, but I told my son, well, I'll buy him and his wife to be a trip airfare coach, of course, but they can come over here next year. They just want the shit to be done with. They got so much, I got so much, a little bit of construction left here. Then I gotta build up the wall a little bit more in the driveway and then put concrete. It's just, man, almost a year of this shit. The white paint that I got underneath, I got this blue, it's like plexiglass. I forget what the composite. It's called something composite. But when the sun's over it, it's got this blue, a blue light tint. And stuff's expensive, 4x8 sheet. I forget how much, but it would cost a lot. And the paint, it's not even 8 months old, man. And it's all the pollution. The air is so dirty here. It's dirty already. I need a pressure washer. Suppose if you have a house without paint, you ain't got no problem. But that Philly, the Philippines, his wife is from the Surigao, but the island's called Surigao or some shit. Different pronunciation. I don't know if it's different spelling, but his wife got her phone ripped off in Angeles. Two guys, and the guy held a knife to it. You know, that they got a CCTV photograph of these guys, but you know, that might not ever catch him. But she's from the area up there, so I haven't watched I've watched about 3 of his videos since I reconnected to him. So anybody out there want to watch? They take trips into.
I wouldn't go looking for trouble if someone had a knife at my wife. They wouldn't be alive.
Oh,
You know,
he
I'd probably
was,
spend the rest of my life in a Philippine prison. But if
dude,
they had
he
a knife
was.
at my wife, I'd be sorry.
Hey, he's normal. He's normally a mild mannered guy,
Yeah,
but he was F-bombing the shit out of him, fucking
Yeah.
this and that, you know. And he was, oh my god, well, boiling, man, like my old man boiling, you know, on everything. But I've seen a couple of videos from where he lives now. I think he said the trip from the island. I don't know if they take a ferry in or what. I'm sure they do, or a boat ride or whatever the deal is. But like a 20-minute trip. I could be wrong, but he's got his place up in the province, you know, up in the hills somewhere. I haven't watched all of it, but the bottom of it is concrete, obviously because of the termites. And then it's a pretty tall structure. I think the hill makes it look even taller. But he's got the mackin, you know, that air can move through it. I think it's been sprayed with whatever varnish or whatever they do to help keep the termites away. But when you have ants and it's hot outside, they'll come in your house. I've seen a bunch of them today by the water cooler. I think, what the hell are they doing in here? You know, there's nothing laying around on the floor to welcome them in. Still, minor deal. We're the ones interfering with the nature here, so you're gonna have it. That species has been around a long time. I'm gonna start watching some more of his videos. And I watched this mechanic when he's in Florida, near Tampa, Brendan or Brendan or whatever. This is called Rain Man Repairs. His name's Raymond. He's probably,
yeah, I've heard of that one.
yeah, the dude's probably middle 30s, maybe. You know, maybe, I'm not sure. But all the things he says, like open Z hood, I remember all that slang stuff when I was a kid, you know, being said. And they have a couple kids. His wife's the office, you know, does the front, and he worked for a car dealer, and he got reminded that because they always tried to upsell them, you know, customers, and have mechanics do shit that didn't need to be done. And he said his boss took him out front, said, "See his name on there? It ain't yours," you know. So he quit. He got his own place. But he's cool to watch, man. I mean, some of the things, you know what the trick is to a lot of what he does is he's got a lift. You know, nobody wants to work on a car without a lift underneath it. Yeah, Raymond, yeah, great, yeah. The dude is, well, he's good, man. He shows you too. He's don't, you know, other guys. Well, there's an audience for everybody. There's a guy that looks like Dennis Hopper. He throws his hands around. That's just, you know, he talks about bad things and good things.
It's called
he talks about
South Main Auto.
You want to watch a better one? What?
Hey, that Rain Man, I think he's doing a van for a family that can't really afford the engine replacement, but he's in conjunction with another guy in Missouri rebuilding an engine. He's going to put it.
Yeah, I heard about that. I think it was a Dodge. Dodge Ram or some shit like that.
Right, some kind of Dodge
But-
Caravan or something.
But if you want to know the detailed ins and outs of stuff, a car nut. I think he's lives in Chicago. I think the dude is from Eastern Europe, either Russia or Poland.
Yeah,
or
the
whatever.
car care nut. He's from the Middle East, like Iraq or Iran.
Okay. Well, his
The guy-
accent.
the
sounds-
Former Toyota technician. Yeah.
Right. His is more drawn out and for a hands-on approach. I like that rain. I like that race, guys, because there are things that we've all done and go, hey man, I remember that, but you yeah, just another. Well, I don't know what his intake is in the shop. He doesn't I've never heard him speak of it. But he was doing a job and on a car in the book, the book that pertained to that item said it was a 3.5 hour job, and it was more like a 40-minute job. So he only charged the half-hour labor, whatever it was, because that's most of your cost anyway. But some of the stuff he does just to get to a little piece is no, he's got cars, Craig. He's got cars. Yeah. What's that? You have a yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm slipping maybe, huh? If you want to, I can bounce back with a couple. I got to remember that when in front of my kids too. I said, no, don't say that shit. But the Raymond guy, cool guy, got multi-talented individual. He'll do something. Sometimes the work is just the thing is unfixable, or he doesn't want to contribute to somebody's demise because of a car that just isn't safe anymore. But got to make his money, but he's got that curious mind like a kid had, like we have when we were kids. And even if he works on something he's never worked on, he's got a lift though. That's number one. You should see sometimes he's got to take off so much shit just to get the one little item. He said on a Ford pickup truck, I forget what he was working on it for, but he had to have the bottom oil pan off and the bellow. And there was some, I think it was put in a main seal, because that Trident that I had one of those. I thought it would lasted like 3 years, that engine, before we started making it. But there was a rubber belt driving it. And he's like, what the fuck, you know how much shit you got to go through just to get to that little. And he's pretty entertaining. In today's, now that I'm here, I got other things going on too. And I don't spend my entire day watching his videos, but I watch enough of them, I want to watch something like that, I know where to go. Or two guys, And that way, I don't think, I'm sub to his wife's got one, but she's got so many, fuck. He's either 46,000 or 4,600, I can't remember. Seems like, I think that, like, you're the worst savant, or somebody that's got this knowledge, and they have enough of it that you can't tell them how to do something, because sometimes, most times, they already know, or if they don't know, they're able to find out, and that's how he is, If you tell him something he's never done or heard of, he'll ask people to throw a comment in there. Yeah. Well, I wasn't looking at the comments there, man. Rain Man, yeah. Yeah.
Craig, you said you had 9 million views on something you did?
96,000.
Doesn't that pay really well if you get that many views on one video? I mean, are you
96,000.
monetized or what?
His wife is. So is he.
Oh, that you said it was Facebook. That
Oh, the dude, Craig, the guy calls it just a catchy thing, man repairs. He's got another channel too. Like if there's another series of videos to do on on one issue instead of making a whole hour. Most of his stuff is 20 minutes, 40 minutes. Yeah, I remember the movie, dude. I remember it. But I did catch his praise, but I think the guy's one of those guys. He is, but I don't think I know he is. That if he has to do something more than once to consider it, I know how to do that because there's so many variations of shit, Either and it didn't dawn on me till I watched the video once about how important the job or how the job of an engineer when they redesign a car or redesign it, and those engineers, the people that do the figuring out, they have to tell you how to access this, that, and the other, everything on that car, how to fix everything. And
yeah,
what
they
it
don't
takes.
have to make it easy. They don't have to design it
No.
so it's easy to
No.
get to. That's for sure.
And that was the second part I was going to say. He went through that, and he's like, it's nice these guys just sit there and they do this and that. That's why he scoffed at that rubber. It was a pull or a belt for there's something with the tranny, I believe, or was it a pickup? I forget what a pickup. But he knows his shit, And those of us that know more than others, I only know a little bit, but I can relate to that because he's had stuff where he had to rewire because somebody fucked it up. Put in a new alternator and start smoking. People's laziness where you got that. I forget what I like to think it's like Band-Aid tape. Instead of using electrical that gets hard over times and doesn't hold, it's, you wire up when you're one, you got a lot of wire. You want to run some electrical wire, hold them together or keep them from, burning up or whatever. And this other stuff reminds me of the gauze tape, the white tape. It's black, a little sticky. It's sticky. So he wraps it in that stuff.
Yeah, standard electrical tape.
Yeah, I forget the name of it. I knew what he was talking about, but I didn't bother listening to the name because I can't hear that good, man. So sometimes even if I stop it and redo it, just Facebook, 4 different versions of the same sequence. Oh, 16. Oh, he's got the shorts. Yeah. You know what I've been finding, Craig? I've been finding myself watching those a lot more now because that one that you start with and you flip, you I don't know how many are related to that subject or whatever, but they're interesting to watch. They're probably under a minute. Yeah, 9.6. Yeah, 9.6 million or 9.6 thousand. 9,600. Yeah, you don't get that much for when it comes to YouTube. Do you get that much payout for a short? Is that structured different? Oh yeah, and they're from California too, man. So the guy that won the lottery out there, won that poo freaking billions or whatever, he's in California. Oh, yeah. Well, Krishna had a problem with the.
So, Craig, I guess you can't quit working yet, huh? Not just on that one short video or whatever you had.
No reels. Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about, yeah, that's what I must be talking about, reels. Because they're still entertaining. Her account, yeah. So I can take anyway. Christian be all over that if you give him the green light there. Christian gonna come down here and stay in the Philippines for a while. Plus, I took my meds too, Chris. You have to pardon me. Well, the poor people know. Well, there's probably all of us. Probably you two guys plus one, maybe Gary's the one. Oh, okay. When's that happen? Anytime soon? I wanted to go out there today and ask, supposedly the lady that sold me the car, her mother was the caretaking for the land out here. And I think there's one for sale across the road from it. It's 145 square meter. The narrow one. Because these other people bought this one in an L shape and they cut all the grass down, the foliage, cut it all the way around to the front. They didn't touch this one spot. So if that's the case, I would, you could build that for $3,000 US. A house like my neighbor's got. He built it for $300,000, I think. Something like that. Maybe I'd build it for like a guest house. I can imagine all the siblings living in it when they get old. But
Well, with the money I'm spending today on air conditioning, I could build a little house there.
dude, that's way too pretty. I had no idea that shit was that much anymore. Oh, that's almost 3 times what I paid for mine. Well, that was my heater. Here's a combo, air conditioner and furnace, right?
No, they're not changing the furnace. This is just the air conditioner, the coil and the condenser, and the new lines. Yep.
I know you searched. You're not no idiot. 57 for these guys to do what? What a job to be in the HVAC shit. Yeah, we all had to go. We all had to plan. In hindsight, you always hear that 2020, sure. Oh, dropped an F-bomb. Should I go private or shut?
Yeah, it's been 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I think it will.
What happened? Gary pass out?
Gary, I don't know. He's probably sleeping or that thing's worked out for him. He's finally here, Instead of hemming and hawing, man, he finally took the plunge. So he's nobody's fool. He'll be all right. If he felt like he was being taken advantage of, he'd leave. Thailand, well, you can use this Thailand as a go between here. I think Thailand's what 5 hours from here, something like that. You got to tell me. I was looking up flight prices one time. A flight from Chicago to here, to Manila, and it was way more than a flight from Chicago to Thailand. I mean, a couple $100, hundreds of dollars.
You could
If I'd
probably do a
heard-
round trip from Thailand to the Philippines for $200, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. Not a round trip. But if I'd have known about Thailand, they had a reputation for having all these foreigners. They did a documentary on English teacher. He's from UK, and he was a teacher. And this dude was obnoxiously drunk, talking shit. You know, and the Thai guys were like, "Get the fuck away from me." And this guy lived there. He just 2 beers and he was fucked up. Oh, pretty up.
Yep. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, let me get this couple of 1st of November.
Put another quarter in the jar.
Yeah, I'd be like Chevy Chase. You think I don't know the sound of 2 nickels and a dime? 600 to 800 one way over there. Yeah, that's about. They've upped that half. They really up. I think all airlines have upped their one-way ticket where, you know, does it just.
So we got 3 of you in the Philippines now. Ronald, you, and Gary. Wow.
I thought Ronald would be here today.
I don't know. Maybe you forgot about it.
Well, aside from a side trip, I was thinking of getting up that way and next year. Like maybe go to I always wanted to go to Northern Ireland. You know? And my great grandfather's name was from the UK.
O.D. Antonio.
It's a British surname, Lovinson. But there's work. I think they worked the shipyards. There's a shipyard down there in southwestern Ireland. I forget the name of the province or whatever. But I always want to go by Belfast. You know, since Belfast, you hear about all the stuff that used to go. Just to be there, man. You know, I think it'd be pretty interesting to be there. Probably have to take some kind of transportation from northern to Ireland, Northern Ireland. I heard that lady that used to play. She was in British comedies too. I remember public television used to carry them. I don't know if they still do. Remember there was a whole bunch back then. She was in James Bond's. She was is that what the name of that one was? She was known. She's still living. She's in her 90s, I think. And she's been known to be out. People see her at the pubs, you know, having a couple of freaking belts. That'd be cool to run into somebody. Yeah, you know what? But from here where I am, every trip to anywhere is like a monumental task, man. If you want to go to Australia, you got to fly to Singapore and maybe Indonesia or right to Australia.
No, Christian, when I said $200, that's just to go from Thailand to Philippines and back. Can't you get a round trip for about that price on some cheap Asian air from, say, Bangkok to Manila?
Air Asia was the cheapest one I saw because I bought a throwaway ticket from. Because you don't have to buy a throwaway from Bhutan to the whole leg. They just want to see it from to Manila, from out of Manila. So I think it was 300. It changes over time, right? You can only book a ticket. I booked when I did the one for my son's wedding, I booked that a little under a year. So when you go to book one online, it won't let you do anything more than a year. So I thought, well, I'm gonna get this all done, so I'm set. Well, now I might not be able to go there. So my mother might be disappointed. Don't worry, Mom, you probably outlived me. My mom's 87. She was born in 37. January. I always used to think her. I used to think her name. I used to think her birthday was the same as Elvis for some reason. I'd miss it every year on the 5th, on the 8th. I'd go. Oh, I'd take her out or something. You know? And for the last 5 years, I think I remembered something. Yeah. I think she's gonna be 80, 87 or 88. I'm bad at that. 2025. Yeah, I forget. Kiko, you're the mathematician. January.
What do you want? 37.
January.
Yeah, she's 87. If she was
Gonna
born
be
in
88.
January, she's 87 and a half.
Golly, her mother lived to be 92. But she has one sister left. About 5 years younger than my mom. Wow.
So where are you in the family, Tony? You the oldest, next to oldest? What
Second oldest.
second one?
Yeah, my older sister's like August 3 of 59. And the other sister that's about 18 months younger than me, she's July of 60, 60, 53? Something like that. She just turned 60, 61? Yeah, I think so. Probably collecting her deceased husband's Social Security because they'll get paid more than hers.
Hey, who's that one on Facebook? Is that your daughter or it's something Bassetti Lee or something like that?
What's that?
There's a woman on Facebook that's something Bassetti Lee. Is that one of your daughters or?
I have no, I have no daughter named Bosetti is my name. I've seen there's a
That's what I
football
mean,
thing.
It's something Bassetti Lee or something like that.
Nah,
Your married name.
I don't.
You have okay, none of your daughters. You have a sister by that name?
Julie. Nobody know Lee.
No? Okay.
Nah. Her last name was Lehigh.
What?
Lehigh was her maiden her married name was Lehigh.
Yeah, that's the one. What's her first name?
Paula.
Okay, is that a sister or?
Yeah, it's a
Who?
sister. Yeah, it's
Oh, it's your sister.
Yeah,
Younger
she's
one?
5 years younger than me.
Oh, okay.
Her boyfriend's sub to my channel here. He's an engineer architect or something like that. Engineer architect. He's from Ohio. They're living in the suburbs of Cincinnati. Is
Right.
You know,
Across the
so,
rivers, Kentucky.
you know what, the bitch? I come up that way one time. Think I'll take somewhere new. Me and my wife were coming from Tennessee, from Graceland, Memphis. So right on the bridge before you go, when you're going over before, they have the I numbers right on the lane. Well, if you've never been that way, I didn't know which one. I went 77 east, sometimes at that or 90, 80, 90 east. 77 is from Cleveland down. That's bad. But yeah, she doesn't look, she look, I don't know what she looks like. She might look like my mom a little bit. I don't know. Julie's like my mom. My sister Julie's got one of her kids looks exactly like her, and her kids, a lot of them look like her. But yeah, she only got one boy. I'm the only boy. Yeah, me and my older sister were the whipping children, it made sense after my mother, after years. My dad's been gone 4 years. And she used to say this stuff, which would have explained it perfectly for me. Because my cousin that came up on the DNA, I thought, who the hell is this? You know,
Good night, Craig.
my dad,
Have a good
like,
sleep, mate.
Craig,
How'd your football team
Right.
do? You didn't say it today.
yeah, typing too much, huh? If you come on live, you wouldn't have to do that. Ah, we lost two.
The Magpies do, huh?
But anyway, she told me my dad only wanted two kids, a boy and a girl. That's all he wanted. And then for the first 6 years they're married, she said, he's perfect. You know, gonna get you anything, this and that. After a while, when my other sister came and that wasn't planned, it kind of just pissed them off because my dad always acted like having kids were a bother. You know, you knew it, you felt it. You didn't feel that much love for him, that's for sure. It surprises me how much it wrecked me when he died. I think that's because the finality is he can't make up for nothing anymore. Even if he could have, it's just the fact that when you're living, you know, your subconscious, you're holding out hope that'll change. But when you come to reality, and you know it ain't gonna change. And all those feelings you had, all that bullshit comes to the top. You know, but he wanted to. And my Auntie Joni, my mom's sister that's alive now, she got stiff twice. First guy was a bus driver. He was married, she didn't know that. And she was a good looker, young girl. So back then she couldn't live with my grandma. If you're not married and a kid, you're nothing. You know, like so. She wanted to live with us, which my cousin, I never met her yet, probably never will. She was born a year after me. My dad said, "You're not emotionally stable to handle any more kids." If it wouldn't have been for him, she would have lived with us, you know, out of Brooklyn. And he had the other two, me and my oldest sister, man. You know, we had bikes parked them in between the houses. We had 2 houses per lot on the south side of Milwaukee. And our bikes got stolen. My dad fucking whipped TT. Just for a while. We weren't even in the house that long. My dad whipped the shit out of both of us. Because it happened not the same day, but in the same week. And he was going to do that with the other 2. And my mom said, you ain't going to do that with these other 2 like you did the first 2. So they never. My sister right behind me never. She had a hand put on her once. The youngest one not. I don't think at all. And so not very good. Not very many memories. You know. My mom said, "Well, you know, your dad loved you." Oh yeah, really? Yeah. I used to have to beg and play pitch and catch, and he was too tired from work. I ended up doing the same kind of job he did. You know, and I wasn't like, you know, but anyway, it was a fucking chore just to get him to do that. Then instead of teaching me, he'd throw it at me like I was one like a guy his age. Man, he show you once if he did it all, and if you didn't do it after that, fuck, too bad. When I overheard him selling my mom, you know, because there was some things I didn't like, so I quit Boy Scouts. We never did nothing. My dad says, my mom says, well, why don't you do this with him? And he said, what for? He'll just quit. That fucking made me feel like shrunk down to shit, you know. Should have really went down to my cousin's room. I was living there when I was 12. I could have stayed. But then again, I wouldn't have what I have. I wouldn't be where I am right now. So there's a silver lining on it. My kids have no idea what the fuck they think. Not I don't know. I think my oldest daughter was the only one I ever had to put a hand to. And I didn't want to do that, just snapped. She just kept disrespecting my ex-wife. You know, that's bad too, man. And I didn't want to be like my father, but I'm sitting there eating. I'm starting to hyperventilate. You know, all of a sudden, it wasn't like I said one more time, I'm going to whip her ass. I just fucking lost it. Threw that plate down, swung till I got tired. Love, you know, F-bombs. It was summertime. And then she come out and apologize to my ex-wife about being like she was. And I'm like, man, that's pretty good, you know? With my dad, he didn't want to, if he was done whipping your ass, he didn't want to, you know, you can tell me the truth. No, I learned a lie to him. I learned a lie. And I stole this car a lot when he was sleeping. My mom knew. But I did a lot of shit. But, you know, like a mischievous teenager, you know. I think when I got to be a teenager, he let me use his car quite a bit on the weekends. He had a 73 LeSabre. I shined that thing up. It looked underneath the burgundy color. Oh, that thing looks sweet. But, you know, when you're in your formative years, man, you need pretty good guidance. My aunt and uncle they were good parents to me.
And what color was the interior of that LeSabre?
Black vinyl. Man.
Black vinyl.
Black vinyl top. It had that 5 mile an hour bumper, you know, in the front.
Yeah.
The 72, he had a 72, that didn't have it. The 73 did. And I'm kind of glad because where I used to go roller skate.
That was a big old land yacht, though.
Dude, I drove those cars like they were sprint cars, man.
Was the gas filler under the license plate?
72 was. 72 was. I don't know about 73. I'm sure it was still there. I don't remember it being anywhere else. But
I bought my oldest boy when he turned 16. He wanted the biggest car, you know, because he felt safer. So I've got a 73 Chrysler New Yorker. And that thing was huge. That was about the biggest cars you can get. And the gas filler was under the rear license.
Yeah.
So, but it was sloped. You know, it wasn't sloped enough. It'd fill up when you were putting gas in it, man. When you got to the full point, you better get out of the way because it was, you know, it wasn't sloped down too much.
I had a 2-door like that. It had a 440 in it. And,
yeah, it had some kind of, didn't it have a 3-barrel carburetor or something? Well, that was Chrysler. I think that had a 3-barrel. Boy, that thing, we're lucky it got 7 miles to a gallon, I think, at the best.
Mine was a 440. It was a white. And its heyday, it was sweet. All the brothers liked watching me when I cruised to work. You would hear the quarter panels flapping. You know, they didn't care. Had telescopic steering. You know what held that front seat up? Because a friend of mine sold it to me and it broke. The back of the seat was held up by a bumper jack. Yeah. And I drove that through a flood. We had a flood in Milwaukee, like the river. Some of these roads were like, and my brakes were so wet. And they barely stop at all, you know. But I drove my dad's LeSabres like they were like the guy like Rockford did the Firebirds or what Burt Reynolds did with the Trans Am, man. I just I came out of a parking lot once and I slammed the median with the rear end, you know, with the tire. And I thought to myself, man, no fucking damage. That's pretty good, man. What a car, you know? So the next day we're in the car. And you've seen Family Vacation, the first one, where he has the tire. Well, he has the tires fixed and they're wobbling and they drive away. That's how the rear tire was. Somebody was driving next to us and beat the horn and go, hey, your tires, you know. Oh man. I had to go buy a new rim. It cost back then it was $15 brand new. And somebody said, "Oh, it's kind of high." Because I don't care. He's buying it. I had to buy it. But I drove them. We had those little. Remember those little islands used to have that big orange, a yellow cast iron thing with the yellow lights in it. It almost every left turn you made had. And I was driving real fast, 2 blocks from my house. He didn't see me, but I hit the brakes, and the car went sideways, and that bumper nailed that some of that sign that you have the pole that has the black and white stripes.
Mhm.
You know, I just tore that from the fucking ground up. You know, no real damage you'd have noticed. But when I went roller skating, it was winter time. And I went to park to the back of the lot. I wasn't driving exactly slow, and I slid right into the building. Not that hard, but that bumper absorbed all of that shit, man. So that helped me. That saved me from a catastrophic fucking dollar amount, and probably would have ended my life. There was some piece underneath that crack. A marker light, reflector, some shit like that. But I chalked it up to I don't know. I did a lot. I used to sneak in that room, take the teas, and go out and drive around. And next day it'd be the weekend. Like Saturday, my dad goes. He'd take me to a track meet, and he'd say, he'd look it down and go, "Man, how do you use all that gas?" And he looked at me and I said, "I don't know." That's because I was out putting 300 miles of city driving on that fucker. That's why. I did so much shit. I did the ultimate bonehead thing though, but in my defense, it just seemed awfully ridiculous. We had a snowstorm, and my '68 Skylark kept getting stuck. I had a six straight six in it, so it wasn't good in the snow. So I thought I'll go home, take the big car. So I go and sneak his keys, and I get in the car. Right on the steering wheel, it has a note that said, "Do not start car, engine on blanket." I thought, who the fuck would do that? I started up, busted all the belts. I mean, I went hunting one time. He went hunting with somebody else. I went with my friend. It was raining out that day, so I kind of canceled that. But I'm driving back. I didn't hit shit with this. The muffler fell off. And somebody kept flashing their lights and catching up. I kept going faster. I thought, what the hell are they doing? But my dad made me pay for it. I didn't do nothing to make it fall off. It had a pretty good clearance, I thought, what a fucking asshole, So
He was driving it, right?
Yeah. So he had a '69 Impala. That wasn't bad. It had a suicide post one, with the one of the cool with the chrome window and no post up to the top of the roof. So he left the car home for some reason. I thought to myself, well, it was one of my many days not going to school, Well, I was going to go to school that day, but I decided not to because just before I got there, the ball joint broke. And the tire is in there. The tire's almost laying down. It's laying down on top of your spring. And it's making all kinds of noises. I drive it back home and I'm going, you'll never fucking believe me. What am I gonna? So I jacked the car up and I let the car down real easy on the jack and rested it right on top of that fucker. And when he got home and he gets in the car, he starts it and turns the wheel, boom. I think I weakened those ball joints because I used to rip through alleys and jam the brakes on. That car it was a nice car, but when it got hot, it's like a typical Chevy, man. It didn't take much to make it overheat, you know. I don't know why, but I did a lot of shit. You see, my son, my oldest son got his mom's car. I see this big, heavy dent right in the part of on a Corolla, right in the part of the fender that's really hard. You know, I mean, it's at its strongest. It's at its strongest point. And I said, how did that happen? He goes, I don't know. Fucking bullshit, man. It looked like a bowling ball hit it, you know. It had to have been something hard, heavy. And he kept telling me no. I go, okay. I said, listen, man, if that would have happened to me, of course, we lived in the city, so we had to park in the street. So, you know, one night I'm out driving, these friends of a friend are coming. I thought I was doing a U-turn because I thought we were going back the other way. I take the steering wheel, I crank it, and a left turn, this dude runs right into my fender. Well, I didn't think nothing of it. I got fucking, you know, it had a dent in there. So that's why I knew what my son was doing. So I took it home at night, parked it right where it was. My dad wakes me up. He goes, guess what? Our car got hit. He goes, what am I saying? It's my car. Goes, yeah, that car up the street had orange, had burgundy paint on it. I'm going, okay. I'm out of this one, you know. I never ever told him that, even before I never. You know, but I had my moments, man. I did. But when I lived with my aunt and uncle, you didn't fuck with my uncle. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't. It was just understood, man. That you just didn't do that. You know. Plus, he's my grandpa's brother. So he's the next best thing I got to him. You know. Yeah, and me and my cousin were in drinking the beers, man. I was 14, he was 13. And somebody called on us. Oh, fuck. I see my uncle come, and I bolted out the side door. And my cousin, he went out the front door. All the while back, my uncle's going, you come from Milwaukee, you can think you can do what you want. I said, no, sir, no, I was walking about 12 feet in front, you know. And I'm just watching my cousin. He's got my cousin by the fucking back of the neck, by the hair back. And my cousin's walking sideways. He's kind of bracing for the next blow. And I'm watching this happen. I'm almost wanting to laugh, man, because here come the next one, boom, his facial expression would change. And then I knew I was all right when my uncle said, now get upstairs, you guys, you know, okay. You know, no problem. You didn't fuck with him. You just didn't, you know. If I had a difference, if I would ask, he'd say, well, ask your auntie. I was not guilty of one infraction. I did a lot of shit there too, but one time something happened. I think my cousin Tim probably fucked it up. And he said, oh, do you know about this? I said, no, man, no, I don't. You sure? I said, yeah. I said, yes, I am, yeah. Well, I swear to God, I didn't. She goes, you swear to God? I said, yeah, I swear to God. I'll get a Bible or whatever. And my uncle came. My uncle always let her do the parenting, you know. He always had his ear open. He was like, if you didn't come back and you said you were in for it. Didn't call, nothing. He'd fucking get up and put a food up, you know. And he gave me the kitchen. I didn't know at the time, but he used to batter her a little bit, I guess. You know, because you come from a time where a woman didn't pick up her voice at all. So I didn't really want to get into that because I was 12 years old. What the fuck? You're talking about my blood, you know. So, you know, how am I going to side with somebody that's, you know, busting me? So he comes in the kitchen. He goes, you leave him alone. You've been picking on him since he got here. She said, no, I haven't. And he said, yes, you have. Now leave him be. That's what she told me. You know, that used to go on, I guess. One of my cousins told me, but we didn't get into a long conversation about it. But You just didn't. I didn't miss a day of school. I played sports, you know. My cousins were like having brothers, one younger than me,
Need some more
one
water.
older than me. The other two were like 5 and 6 years older than me, something like that. Yeah, but so it was. I could have stayed, but I didn't. Because believe it or not, I was homesick. Yeah, I'll end this regular stream here, everybody. 4 hours. 2 people left. That's got to be Christian or and you.
Well, it's not as bad today as it has been, man.
So thanks
You
for
were out in
coming.
this yesterday? Were you working outdoors yesterday?
We're outside all the time.
All the time.
Sometimes that real hot week, I was in an attic for